Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products. Serving our area for 5 decades, accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
With a new administration bringing optimism back into the nation, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for crash-proof, and it would be great for my family and my future. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor 2 to 1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. I'm glad the market's up, and I hope it continues to go up. But at some point, the market's going to come down again, and I'm guaranteed not to lose anything. We can continue on this pathway to success with crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning. There is so much developing this hour. Dawn Stensland with you this morning as we look at locally this measles potential outbreak. One kid diagnosed with measles travels internationally. Montgomery County officials saying this is Pennsylvania's first measles case of the year. Well, we're only in the beginning of March after all, but we'll follow that one for you and get your thoughts as they put out the word, want to do some contact tracing, all of that good stuff. But I'll begin where we left off. You know, Friday we were talking about what? We were talking about Gene Hackman, the tragic death. Nobody's talking about that. We were talking about Pam Bondi, and we were talking about what's going on. When will they release the Epstein files? Nobody's talking about that. everybody's talking about, the news that broke around lunchtime, it was during the Dom show, when we thought it would be a perfunctory type of a meeting with Donald J. Trump, with Volodymyr Zelensky. Remember, Dan, we were waiting for Zelensky to arrive. He was late. It was supposed to be 11. Then we saw President Trump, and we showed it on the YouTube feed. He gives a thumbs up, doesn't really say too much. A very cordial welcome Zelensky in. Well, it kind of went downhill from there.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll take you through it, give you the latest. I know that yesterday, Zelensky, he was he was with King Charles in England, getting a warm welcome. He was with the EU leaders, the European Union leaders yesterday, including Macron, who said, au revoir, bonjour.
French food, yeah.
But they were all, that's the extent of our French, even though I took it in college. But
Je suis l'argent.
So the truth is that in as far as when he met with the EU, we know that Zelensky had said he looks forward to getting the deal done. That's good news. There's a lot going on. Many calls for Zelensky to apologize, but on the other side, of course, the American media, not so much. So where do you want to begin here? Do you want to begin with some of what happened just to bring you up to speed if you somehow missed it? Sure. I know we live and breathe this stuff, but not everybody might have heard what happened during this Oval Office meeting, which began very cordial, very nice.
Yeah. And then
what are you playing?
Devolved.
French?
Yeah. Yeah, some Emmanuel Macron,
There's this little place called Matines in Chestnut Hill, a little French.
Ooh, yeah.
The chef is French.
Mm-hmm.
Have a little espresso. It's like
espresso's Italian.
I know, but they have espresso. I'm just telling you, they steal from the Italians. That's why it's popular.
French press coffee.
It was Italian. I'm telling you, they're stealing from the Italians.
Did you have a croissant with your espresso?
It's delicious food. I'm telling you. Matines, check it out.
So I have two options for you, Dawn. We can either go play back some of what happened in the Oval Office, or about a year ago, the new Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, actually spoke about Zelensky and might have given an insight as to what Trump might actually think about the Ukrainian leader. So where do you want to go?
Let's go with Tulsi, since you haven't heard that yet this morning. Then we'll back into it.
All right, let's go. Here you go.
Here is something that the political establishment and propaganda media don't want you to know. Ukraine's President Zelensky has just banned yet another political opposition party, one that questioned his legitimacy as president, and used Ukraine's Department of Justice to mandate the seizure of this party's members' assets. Now, this is just the latest of Zelensky's actions to do this sort of thing. He began banning major political opposition parties in 2022. When he also started banning TV channels that were associated with his political opponents. And he took over total control of Ukraine's largest television networks, now controlled by their government. Now, Zelensky's presidential term ended on May 20th. He canceled elections in the name of martial law, suspending Ukraine's constitution so that he could stay in power. Now, defenders of Zelensky will say, hey, Ukraine is in the middle of a war. They can't have elections. Just stop for a moment and think, if we accept that excuse or criteria for suspending the Constitution and canceling elections, then we should presume that leaders in our own country and our own establishment media will also use this same excuse and rationale when they suspend our Constitution and our elections, since we too are at war with Russia and China. If you think this sounds crazy, look at what's already going on. They've already started conditioning us to accept a dictatorship by rationalizing their own use of our Department of Justice to target President Trump and other political enemies in their efforts to stay in power.
Now, remember that was last year, Dawn.
It was last year, but it does give you some insight into this. And I've reported on the fact that, just over the weekend, due to corruption allegations, investigations, I know there were 2 resignations within Zelensky's government. And just remember over the years, and as far as even during the famous Zelensky phone call, let us not forget, and that's what came up when Trump was reminding Zelensky, Obama gave you sheets. I gave you javelins. Remember that? So Trump was taking him back saying, hey, don't disrespect me because Obama, Biden, or then Biden were the ones who to be blunt about it.
That was with Obama, who gave you sheets,
that was
and
Obama.
I gave you javelins.
Gave you
I
sheets.
gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards, but without us, you don't have any cards.
He's right. Now, I'll give you my take on this in a second, just to go through this. So Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who was here last week, it did not go well. I thought J.D. Vance was incredible. I love him even more. I thought Trump was strong. He was great, and he's feeling disrespected after he was very cordial, inviting him here. They were supposed to sign the deal. Yesterday, I want to point out that Zelensky made it clear. He said Ukraine is ready to sign the deal and sign the peace deal, which, by the way, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said, hey, remember, we were ready to sign this 5 days prior to Friday. Zelensky didn't even need to come here. We could have gotten her done. So Rubio really pushing back on Trump's critics and saying that the president is the peacemaker. Why is it that our media, and that's really to me, the core of this. So two different things, and we'll get to Martha Raddatz in a moment. But the so-called mainstream media, shame. And you know me, I will always look to the media. And that brings forth 2 points. Number one, Martha Raddatz, she's a veteran. The fact that she immediately was all in and sensitive to Zelensky. Oh, poor. I mean, I'm amazed that she didn't go run and bring him a care package and some Kleenexes. You poor baby. What did they do to you, those bad boys? So we'll get to Martha Raddatz and her take, as she was all over the airwaves saying, poor Volodymyr. Oh, poor him, that he had to sit there and listen to those bullies. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but it was atrocious. And of course, Zelensky knew he was playing to the CNNs, the Martha Raddatz's, because he knew he would get their sympathy because of where they're going to go with this, right? So that's one point of it. But another point, I have to give my son, Michael Menti, who loves history, and he could articulately give you the breakdown, the entire, because he's a history buff since he was a little kid. And so he can go through and talk about all of this with you, the background, how Ukraine obviously gave up their nuclear capabilities, the agreements in 94, what happened in 2014, so on and so forth. So we talk about this a lot. But I have to give Michael credit because he said, well, Mom, let me ask you this. Why was Russian state media, why were they even allowed in the Oval in the first place? And I thought, okay, didn't realize that. Sure enough. And then it became a story. So here's the interesting piece of this. A Russian reporter with Russia's state media was allowed in the Oval. And this, to me, is curious because if you look back and you look back at the video and everything, you see Secret Service go over to this guy when they realize that he's in there and he was not supposed to be there. They have confirmed that. And so during this news conference that's getting, all of the attention, what nobody noticed, what my Michael noticed, I have to give him credit.
Good job.
I know, right?
That's
this
impressive,
is how
man.
he's so into it.
Yeah.
I love it. But they escorted him out, Dan.
Wow.
So my question is that part of what kind of fired up Zelensky? And I know Greg Stocker is going to say, like, Dawn's always enabling, but I'm always looking for, like, what really happened here? Was this a situation where they intended to go forth, and then did Zelensky, recognizing that a reporter representing, basically Putin, the Russian state media, controlled media, right? And does Zelensky go off a little bit more than he normally would have,
Mm.
because now he's like grandstanding because he's all triggered because basically
Well,
he
I'd
feels.
suggest, was it the question about the suit from the third party, new media reporter guy? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it seems like
You mean that he was? They had. So the background on that is the White House that he had been. Zelensky was asked, "Please wear a suit and tie." He did not, but Trump said, "I think he looks great." So Trump knows that this is an issue, right?
Second question. My second question for President Zelensky. Do you ever? Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you.
Well,
do
you got the
own a
entire
suit?
room essentially laughing at him to a degree.
Problems. A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't
the
have
authority of
such.
this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
A costume, he calls it.
Well,
Maybe something
maybe
like this.
something like
Yes,
yours,
sir.
yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
So do you think that it's what Dan is saying, that he feels Zelensky, he feels kind of outnumbered and bullied? Or is it this Russian, state media, it's called TASS, T-A-S-S, that this guy has now been identified as somebody who was, they're calling him even an interloper. But how did he gain access? So, by the way, CNBC, I believe, was the first to ID this guy, Dmitry Kirsanov, and he's with TASS's D.C. bureau. He's the bureau chief there. But I will say, even before CNBC, my Michael spotted this, so I'm very proud of him. Got to give the credit where credit's due.
Awesome
All right. Martha Raddatz, here's Martha responding.
Watching this blow up in the Oval Office. Americans, of course, watching too. Many Americans had Ukrainian flags in their yards, so supportive at the start of the war when Russia invaded Ukraine. Let's get right to ABC's Chief Global Affairs Correspondent, Martha Raddatz, tonight. And Martha, you were there in Ukraine when Russia actually invaded. America witnessed this. And tonight, a much different display in the Oval Office.
Much different, David. I was in Ukraine that night 3 years ago when Russia invaded, launching missiles across Ukraine. You and I were on the air for hours, and there was such support for Ukraine here at home. Ukrainian flags flying in American neighborhoods, Americans even heading to Ukraine to help in the fight. And there was enormous support for President Zelensky, who told you when you traveled into Kyiv in those early days how thankful he was for the support of Americans. He said the same thing to me a year later. And there has been so much support from Americans for the refugees, the mothers and their children who you met, David, and who we profiled together. They often asked, will we have a country to return to? But the future of the U.S. relationship with Ukraine is now unclear. Tonight, European allies are standing behind Zelensky. The UK Prime Minister, who met with Trump just yesterday, promising his unwavering support for Zelensky. But meanwhile, Vladimir Putin's close allies in Russia are celebrating the descent into chaos after this meeting, with one official delighting in calling it a fierce scolding of Zelensky by the President of the United States.
Not as empathetic as she was most of the day. I apologize for
No,
that.
that's okay. But the truth is it's interesting though that she's so this is actually an updated, what you have is her most recent comments. Friday, when all of this was breaking and Dan and Dom Giordano were on the air, she was very sympathetic to Zelensky, felt sorry for him, really, that he had to basically put up with the bullies, in the Oval Office. I'm paraphrasing here. But what's interesting is if you're going to update the story and she talks about the support way back when, why not talk about the fact that American support has dried up? I mean, this is the hill. You can look for yourself. All the latest, quote unquote, polls that are very recent say that, in fact, a very small number of Americans now, that number has dwindled as far as support for sticking with Ukraine. People are weary of this and want an end to this. And so that kind of support, I believe, is drying up. I don't know, perhaps as they moved it along, maybe they did mention, I hope they would have mentioned it. Well, give up on that. But it just seems to me that they're talking about years ago and 3 years ago. Yes, I still have my T-shirt. We were all wearing the Ukraine T-shirts. They put a Ukraine. Remember, they hung the Ukrainian flag. Remember that they hung it in place of one of the flags that was along the Ben Franklin Parkway. The Rocky statue, remember, was draped in the Ukraine flag. And so, yes, there was a huge, I feel terrible for what's happened. A million casualties, and about half of those for Ukraine. And I know that in America, yes, of course, our dollars, our support have obviously emboldened them to go this long. But the truth is, the backbone of these people, the Ukrainian people and the men, the lives lost. And that's what Trump wants to end, this bloodshed. That's the bottom line, is we need this peace. And so I wonder, what was it exactly? Because when you look at Zelensky with the chutzpah that he has to go off like that, when he had said he would sign the deal, either you believe that he really deep down does not want peace, either you believe that, or you believe that maybe he just went off and was triggered. But to risk a peace deal, to be from this small country, and to think, it's like I was watching this going, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are to be in the Oval Office of the United States of America, and you think you're going to lecture the President of the United States of America and the Vice President? Who do you think you are, little man? So let's go to Big Al. What do you think, Big Al? He's little Volod against Big Al. What do you think?
well, Dawn, I think that this is, first of all, he said he didn't want a ceasefire. And could Zelensky have met with the Democrats before he met with Trump that day?
Well, we played it. Dan played it on YouTube. We saw Trump greeting when Zelensky arrived in his vehicle. So do you think that he was late because he was somehow meeting with the Democrats? There's no record of that I know of.
Let me put this out there. At 11:23 a.m. on Friday, Zelensky put out a tweet. It said, an important visit to the United States in Washington. I met with a bipartisan delegation from the U.S. Senate. Our discussions focused on the continued military assistance for Ukraine, relevant legislative initiatives, my meeting with President Trump, efforts to achieve a just and lasting peace, our vision of ending the war, and the importance of a robust security guarantees. Now, this came out 11:23 on Friday, so this was prior to the meeting. I don't know if it was the same day that they had this meeting. I would assume so. But a lot of pictures have floated on social media, Big Al. I don't know if that's what you're referencing, that it looks like him sitting at a table with a bunch of Democrats, but it looks like that delegation was actually a bipartisan, because I'm looking here, there's Lindsey Graham that was there as well, and a couple others.
Okay, one thing I don't think Zelensky understands is once he signs that agreement, okay, and there's a ceasefire, then Americans will be over there mining and stuff. That's going to cut down the odds of Russia doing anything, because if they then do anything to harm the Americans, then things will be different.
Great point. That's a brilliant point, actually. And I think, as I've said, I've said this from the one news conference, and I love the access that we have to the President of the United States of America, but a couple of the news conferences where Trump, whatever they were talking about, and he seem to go back to talking about AI. So he is convinced that what it's all about is that we in the United States of America must win the artificial intelligence race. And right now, the number one country in the world that has succeeded in the process of mining all of these different precious rare earth minerals, whatever you want to call them, is China. And so I know earlier this morning we were talking about, well, which country has, and by the way, Ukraine, for some of these metals that you need to succeed in AI, Ukraine is a top provider of that worldwide. And I was looking up all the stats, the U.S. Geological Survey and all this. But the issue is not necessarily who has the minerals. The issue is also the regulations here in this country that prohibit it. And as well, China has perfected the mining process. Do you know what I'm saying? So a piece of this is who is able to quickly turn this around and mine all of these precious materials and then get them out. So until last year, we relied on China. So I think what Trump is trying to say is we're relying on China for basically all of our medications, or a lot of them. We're relying on China for all of these, critical things, but especially those rare earth materials. In other words, if we continue to rely on China, they win the AI race, right? Because they control the market. And so that's the piece of this. Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Dawn, one other quick thing. I just saw in the news this morning, Hakeem Jeffries. I don't know what world he's living in. He says, well, first thing we got to secure the border. Where has he been?
Which border?
Where's he been? He said this on the news this morning. I don't know. It's just the divide is so bad. They don't even want to handle the truth. They can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth. You want me on that wall. Thanks, Big Al. Appreciate you. 855-839-1210. God bless you. Thank you. And we will take a quick break. Be right back. Oh, my. So much
can't handle the truth.
You want me on that wall.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyoutrealestate.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhouse Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
We got to talk about the Oscars real quick before we move forward, okay? Because there are so many controversies here with the Oscars. Whether you watched or not, we can give you the highlights and, most importantly, the lowlights. But I just want to point out to you that when you look at, I was looking at the box office numbers. Wicked was the only movie that's really been a box office success, nominated for Best Picture. And the other one are kind of artsy-fartsy. Dune Part 2, they cracked the top 10 in ticket sales. I was stunned. My husband and I try to watch as many of these movies or even part of them to get a sense. Larry and I were stunned that the movie that, I mean, there were so many snubs, but the fact that this small budget movie, that film that was really should have been X-rated, was the one that won Best Picture. They won 5 of the golden statues.
Nora.
And Nora.
Yeah.
And Nora.
About a sex worker, Dawn.
Well, it's not just about us, which is, and they kept saying it was a Cinderella story. So Larry and I were like, we should try to, over the weekend, just play a snippet of it.
Oh yeah, feel good story, like
It's
remember
a
the
Cinderella
Titans.
story, like Pretty Woman or something of that.
Yeah.
No. That's not what this is.
No?
This is...
Wait, Pretty Woman? No? Isn't that the same kind of idea?
Unless Cinderella was a whore.
Oh.
That's I'm not even kidding you.
Okay.
This is about, it starts out with you know what I mean? In a club, and it's X-rated. And then throughout, there's nudity, the words, and I'm not trying to be like a prude over here, but I'm just saying to you, there's zero way that this should have been Best Movie, Best Picture.
All right. So
zero.
Full disclosure, I did not watch the movie, but I regrettably watched the Oscars because my wife is very into reality shows and celeb culture, so I stick with it just because of her. She watches wrestling for me. It's kind of a trade-off, right? So all the speeches around Nora were, we want to bring awareness to sex workers and celebrate sex workers. And
what?
Yeah. It's a very weird narrative that Hollywood's taking, especially when they're under fire for such, crazy stuff that they're taking, let's be empathetic for those that have to sell their bodies.
Okay.
And you think about it, it's like, what the hell are we talking about? Hollywood has really lost their way, where if there's kids watching this, and I was watching it last night, and this is coming from a guy that used to be an intern for the Stern Show, grew up on Howard Stern, so I like this kind of stuff usually, but if I'm sitting there with a kid, I'm thinking to myself, I really hope they don't hear this and think, you know what, that might be a profession I want to consider in the future.
But, the piece of it, and I watched the beginning, so they started out with Ariana Grande, who has an incredible voice, dressed in this ruby gown, and she was, obviously singing from Wicked, which is the backstory of Wizard of Oz, basically, and it was beautiful. I thought it started out beautifully. So I did watch that, but I was busy. I was doing stuff and I was, doing a million things, but I did have it on in one room. So I will just say this, the fact, if you saw this film and her name, she's like, call me Annie, and she's a New Yorker. This in no way is about somebody who's human trafficked or she is totally in control. She's in her early 20s. She has chosen to work at a place and she's a prostitute. And it shows very graphically what she does, okay? It's OMG.
Why is this?
It's X-rated.
And this is Oscar?
And not appropriate. And then on top of it, and the only reason that I knew about the other one was because of you. Because you had, a while ago, you had said, Dawn, do you understand that one of the nominated, musicals that's in Spanish, and it sounds lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And
there's so much drama around it. I love it. When I say I stick with the celeb culture, it's for stories like that of Amelia Perez, Dawn, which stars a trans individual, Carla Sofia Gascon, who showed up at the Oscars despite trashing it a couple years ago in tweets that were uncovered recently. Back in January, Dawn, some social media sleuths actually found that Carla was a alt-writer at one point, and would condemn COVID vaccines and such. So it became a huge controversy. And she, at one point, said that the Oscars were, a show that should be ended, and talked out about Selena Gomez. So there's a lot of drama around the star who's a trans individual. But the content of the film itself was supposed to really tickle the fancy of those who consider Oscars, who have a long list of what's, needed to represent in Hollywood with DEI standards. But in doing so, they put together this film called Amelia Perez, which follows the story of a trans drug lord who has to go through the entire operation procedure of switching genders. And at one point, it's a musical. It's a comedy musical, I think. And at one point, I think because I tried watching, it's not very funny, but I think that's being how it's being genred. There's a song that we played before, and I only can play a clip it because you can't find it anywhere on YouTube anymore. It's like they've completely erased it off the internet. But there is some audio of it still. So I'm going to play some audio of this song and listen how ridiculous it is, Dawn.
Hello, very nice to meet you. I'd like to know about sex change operation.
I see. Men to woman, or woman to men.
man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
Auto-tuning vagina, Dawn.
So when
never thought I'd hear that.
Dan, remember Dan played this for us, and this was, if you didn't hear it, you were the first person, Dan Borowski, to play this, to call this to our attention.
Yep.
Because I thought this was a spoof. I swear to God,
sounds like it.
I thought you were playing me.
So
I
legitimately thought it was, because I saw this on the internet, and the internet sometimes lies, and there's AI and stuff. So I went to Netflix itself to watch the film to see if this was actually in it. It pops up pretty quickly into the film, actually.
So if you Zoe Saldana also won an Oscar.
What they're doing right now is going through all the plasties that one goes through when they get the operation.
So they've lost their minds. I mean, that's just my collective.
I have some Mikey Madison, too, just to back up what I was saying about them talking about and highlighting the sex.
And Mikey is the 25-year-old who played Annie Anora in this low budget, and you can see why it's low budget. They basically shot it in a New York, strip club, like a bar, and did lap dances, and that's really what it was, and then in the bedroom.
And here's what Mikey had to say.
Incredible consultants. I also just want to, again, recognize and honor the sex worker community. I will...
Yeah, we want to honor.
I will continue to support and be an ally. All of the incredible people, the women that I've had the privilege of meeting from that community has been one of the highlights of this entire incredible experience. I also just want to recognize the thoughtful, intelligent, beautiful, breathtaking work of my fellow nominees.
Okay, that's enough. So that's what we're doing at the Oscars. We're just celebrating hookers, prostitutes. That's the sex workers. They're okay. Good luck with that.
Yeah, that's where Hollywood is, Dawn.
Good luck with that, Hollywood. I don't know what else I can say.
What the heck is going
Holy
on
moly.
anymore. Yeah.
So they have their, we talked about their DEI standards, and part of this is basically Reagan, the movie Reagan, the documentary, as well as Demi Moore, they lost out, were never recognized. Go figure.
Yeah, Mikey's one of the ones that won over Demi Moore, and it was sad to see Demi's face.
Yeah. So there you have it. Let's switch gears if we can, because our next guest have her, and we have a limited time. So we want to focus on this issue, Dan, and that is the issue that I thought was going to be over. Silly me, right? When I had, asked President Trump on the campaign trail, what happens with Title IX? What happens with protecting girls in sports? The issue of biological males playing against girls, all of this. And he said, nope, day one, we're getting rid of this. So
men to women, or woman to men.
Yeah. But no, it's not over. People are here in Pennsylvania and across the country, and namely, what is this, Minnesota? We have this still going on where we have girls, biological females, speaking out about this. They want to be protected, but there's a violation of the law of the land, and they continue to, and it just happened again. Here we go again.
Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ainsley, and I am a Minnesota athlete. I play volleyball. I am here on behalf of many other girls, friends, and teammates. Why? Because many other girls in Minnesota are fearful of the consequences of our message, which is simple, and we don't ask for much considering how far we have come and how hard my grandmother fought to get us here. Our message is only this: girls belong in girls' sports. However, many girls are fearful of consequences like retaliation at school, losing their spots on teams, or even friendships, just for standing up for our rights to exist as young girls who will one day be women with daughters of our own. There should be no fear in asking you to preserve one of our country's most basic rights, equality. Without this bill, girls could be forced to sit on sidelines by men and boys who take their place. That leaves us to believe that girls in Minnesota just don't matter. My good friend was on the USA volleyball team last summer. She told me, quote, I sat behind the 6'4" man serving the volleyball and thought, I could never receive that.
She's an 8th
My
grader,
friend
by the way, this girl.
is a 6'3" guard. What is the point of girls and boys teams if males can play on girls-only teams?
Yeah.
Members, Fellow Minnesotans, this isn't easy for me. I'm a very agreeable person who hates controversy, but I love truth. I thought about my volleyball team, the little girls I babysit, my own hopes and dreams, and one day being a mother of daughters. I want to say I fought for them and their future. Members, please preserve our safety and the opportunity we are entitled to under the law in women's sports and pass House File 12. Thank you.
So that was Ainsley, 8th grader. So impressive. Maybe we should put all of this together. Think about what happened in Hollywood. You know what? As a female, as an American girl or woman, you know what? You should shut up and take it. Maybe you should be a sex worker, because that's apparently what you should aspire to be, which is aspiring to what? Serve and not lead. It's just ridiculous to me. Are we going to go to Beth Ann now? Can we go to Beth Ann Rossica, our education expert, Beth Ann Rossica? I know you've been very busy reporting on Trump's executive order, the law of the land, and all of the different states, including areas of Pennsylvania where I'm broadcasting from, but it's happening nationally, people pushing back against this. You know, Beth Ann, have you been able to hear Ainsley, and can you react to what's going on in Minnesota and across the country?
Well, I did listen to Ainsley, and as you said, Dawn, what a beautifully poised young woman to be able to speak out that articulately and fearful of what might happen to her and the retaliation. And this isn't just in Minnesota. This is happening in Pennsylvania. This is happening in our listening area. I just published a piece this weekend in Broad and Liberty on Saturday that talks about this specifically. The state championship indoor track meet was this Sunday, yesterday, at Penn State, and there was a boy who competed in the 200-meter girls race. Now, states is the final activity. It's the biggest, the most competitive event for that track season. And that boy took a spot from a girl because there are a limited number of entries. So he took a spot from a girl who then couldn't compete in Pennsylvania.
Isn't that illegal?
Well, so here's the problem, Dawn. Here is the problem. And, President Trump, so this is why executive orders are great to get people's attention, but we need legislation. The executive orders aren't enough. And not just because the next president can overturn it, but because it's not easily enforced. So in Pennsylvania, I pressed the PIAA, the Pennsylvania Interscholastic Athletic Association. They're the regulatory body of secondary sports in Pennsylvania. So think about like the NCAA regulates college sports, the PIAA regulates high school sports in Pennsylvania. So I kept pressing them, and they finally announced that they were going to comply with the executive order. And they said that, sex is sex, but they have a clause in there that says if there's a question of the student's sex, the decision of the school will be accepted by the PIAA. And they're encouraging schools to consult with their lawyers in order to comply.
Yeah.
So they gave them a loophole, just like the NCAA is giving schools a loophole because they say, well, if your birth certificate, we'll take whatever your birth certificate says. Well, in Pennsylvania, you can go and change your birth certificate I could change my birth certificate to say that I'm a male. So these are all, it's all wishy-washy. It's all loopholes. So this boy, this high school boy, competed at this meet yesterday, taking a spot from a girl. And I've talked with parents. I have an anonymous quote from a parent. Again, these mothers, they're afraid also to speak out.
Mm-hmm.
They get lambasted on social media for anything that they could possibly say. The girls are afraid. And one of the girls, when she complained, when she lost to this biological boy, the school told her, well, you can't say that. You can't complain about that. That's not nice. You can't speak like that. So these girls are being shut down. Now, interestingly, I also report on this in the article. There is a mom in the region who has filed a lawsuit.
Is this Quakertown?
Yes, this is Quakertown.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I generally, I don't use names because I don't think it's appropriate. I don't want anybody getting, harassed or retaliated against. But yes, there is a lawsuit by a mom on behalf of her daughter for having to compete against a biological boy in the fall, even before all of this, even before the executive order. And there is actually a hearing in federal court in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania in Philly tomorrow. Because her lawyer has asked for a temporary restraining order to prevent any more boys from competing in girls' sports until, the judge can render a ruling in the case, which, could be a year. So this to me is a really big deal. If this judge issues that restraining order, then I don't see how these school districts are going to allow this to continue. But I mean, we already saw Philadelphia School District announce they are not going to comply with PIAA. And I sent a request to comment to PIAA, and I said, so what are you going to do with Philadelphia School District? And they said, well, we're aware that they've said that they're not going to comply, but as far as we know, they don't have anybody competing. Well, this is going to get very, very interesting over the next couple of months if Philadelphia has a boy that is going to compete in a girls' sport. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and a piece of this, and I feel for these families, because now, I mean, to have to go to court, and I do wonder, it's a 14th Amendment, it's under a constitutional case, so I wonder if it'll make its way to the Supreme Court of the United States. That would probably be the best case scenario, in my humble opinion, because if it
I agree.
Right? Because
I think that this issue is going to have to be resolved at the Supreme Court. I mean, I've been saying that all along, that the executive orders are not going to be enough. People are going to push back. I saw Springfield Township School District issued a statement that basically said, we're not going to comply with the executive order, and we're willing to forego the couple $1 million in federal funds that we get. We don't need the money. That's what they said. They put out a statement about that. And the part that I find really ironic about this, Dawn, is that these are the same school districts 4 years ago, who said, we have to close schools. We have to forcibly mask children because if we don't get the federal money. But now they don't care about the federal money. Now they're saying, well, we disagree with this, so we're going to skip the federal funding, and I guess if we have to raise taxes, we'll raise taxes. So I find it very ironic that they're picking and choosing what they want to follow in federal law or executive order based on their policy position.
So the school district, it's the Colonial School District. Are they saying that they are not going here in Pennsylvania? Are they saying that they would forego the federal funding?
They have not said anything.
Okay,
they have not said anything.
They haven't
commented. No, they haven't commented. But the other interesting part of all this, Dawn, and I think this is what sometimes gets lost in this conversation, and I really tried to make this point in my last article on Saturday, is that we need unequivocal policies, not just to protect girls, but also to protect these transgender kids, okay? Whether you agree that a boy should be able to transition to become a girl, whether you agree that his parents should let him do that, to me, that's neither here nor there. Those kids don't deserve to be bullied and picked on either. And these wishy-washy policies open the door for these kids to be targets.
Yeah.
I mean, rightfully so. These girls are angry. They work hard. They're trying to earn scholarships. They're trying to go to college, and their spots are being taken by boys. So of course they're mad. Of course people are going to say awful things to them. And if we had an unequivocal policy that said no boys in girls' sports, these kids, these transgender kids, wouldn't even think that this was a possibility. Their parents wouldn't encourage them to do these things. So it's as much as a protection for them as it is for our girls. And I don't think that the liberal community sees it that way.
Yeah, and I think that you bring up a great point, Beth Ann Rossica, and that is when we think about all the kids involved, that basically these policies that are now wishy-washy because of the federal, obviously, the executive order exists, but now this is going to make its way through the courts as Rich Zioli says the lawyers always win, but
right.
But the truth is that it puts all of these kids, it pits them against each other. And I agree with you. Like I know so many families. I was just talking to somebody over the weekend. There are schools even where they're upset because maybe a biological male is getting a girl's award in a middle school. I mean, this is happening over and over.
Yes.
And I understand even schools, they want to empower different kids who are going through things, but they don't. What's weird, here's the weird piece of this. Let's say that you had a white kid who identified as African American, as black.
Right.
Said, I identify as black. So I want to get whatever NAACP award. It would never happen. Remember what happened when a white woman who I think had mental health issues because her parents adopted black kids. Remember that whole controversy?
Yes.
And everybody said, oh my gosh, she's really a white woman. Shame on her. She can't lead the NAACP. That's really what this is to me. I mean, these are biological males with all the apparatus of a male, penises and the whole 9 yards. They weren't born with both parts. That's not what this is. It's not physiological.
Right. Exactly.
That's not what we're talking about. But I just feel that it's cruel. At the end of the day, this is cruel.
It is. And I agree. And that's the part that I think nobody's really talking about, that it's not just unfair and wrong for the girls. It's unfair and wrong for these kids. They're already confused. Gender dysphoria is a mental health condition. It is in the DSM-5. I mean, these kids have mental health issues, and they don't need to be the target further. And these policies leave the door open to allow all of this to happen. And it needs to be unequivocal. I mean, listen, I have a high school son who runs the track and cross country. And, listen, he didn't make it to states because he wasn't fast enough. Was he disappointed? Would he have liked to have gone to states? Of course he would, as would every other, male athlete out there. But the reality is that these are the times, this is the cutoff, and you either make it or you don't. And that's the world we live in. We live in a meritocracy. We live in a competitive environment. You either make the cut or you don't make the cut. And by changing and wiggling around these standards to allow a boy to compete with girls is wrong for everyone.
Yeah.
And the fact that there are people who don't understand that is just beyond me. I really, these school districts have just gone so far down a rabbit hole to try to not hurt anybody's feelings that they've lost all common sense.
Beth Ann Rossica, I know we're up against it, but thank you. And, you put it so beautifully, because by doing this, as you're saying, with great sensitivity to all sides on this, it's a disservice to everybody. Dan whispered in my ear, gender appropriation. That was the term I was trying to think of, but really what's inappropriate are these policies, as you've been calling them out. Beth Ann Rossica, we really appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much, Dawn. Have a great day. Talk to you soon.
You too. Take care. So you can read Beth Ann's latest piece, and I encourage you to do so because she researches this. She's up on this. She gave all of us a heads up. She was on Live with Dom, I forget, a couple weeks ago, and just said, watch for this track meet coming up. So she writes about this. She keeps, if this is an important issue to you, you want to go to broadandliberty.com, keep up with all the issues, but especially Beth Ann Rossica, who is Dr. Beth Ann Rossica, has a PhD in education, by the way, and a great mom. We got to thank our sponsors and Piazza. After all, I am reporting live from the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles Studio Live, and the extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, really combining the luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, the coupes, the roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 25 GLE SUV, you're going to find that luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or you can always shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Ooh, ma. What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water, and it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
But confess, you've been a messin' where you shouldn't have been.
Yeah, we're making our confessions. There's so much happening this morning locally. We've been talking about the measles outbreak in Pennsylvania, the first case. And it looks like, as far as the child who contracted it by overseas travel, unvaccinated, now Montgomery County's health department doing that tracing, contact tracing, brings us back to the memories, bad memories of COVID. But as they try to track everybody down, give them a heads up as to a child who had traveled internationally, unvaccinated, and then went home, presumably to Montgomery County, but ended up at CHOP at KOP, as well as a Plymouth meeting area pediatrician. So concerned that maybe a newborn baby or somebody who's, immune compromised may have been exposed, as we're talking about measles. And then obviously the Trump administration now headed into the second month of this, or headed into really the third month, technically, I guess, with it being March. But President Trump is talking about Ukraine with his national security advisors. He's scheduled to speak tomorrow, addressing a joint session of Congress, as his second administration now moves into its America First phase, talking about policies redefining United States support for Ukraine. We've seen the poll numbers dropping for support. Most Americans want to get out of this thing. And in the spirit of Doge, let's talk about Elon Musk, because I don't know if you realized it or not over the weekend, but Elon Musk, Friday and Saturday, they put out another memo to federal workers saying, we want to hear from you, your top 5, what you did this week. So what have you done for me lately, basically? Now, some departments, as we've been reporting, some different departments are saying you don't have to respond to it, depending on who you are. Marco Rubio is one of them, right? But so it's more law enforcement, that sort of thing. Anybody involved in that, they don't have to reply. But Department of Education, they have to reply to the Doge email of Elon Musk. So we're seeing some reaction to that one. And then, those who support President Trump, really a lot of reaction over the weekend to that Oval Office meeting I think this is an iconic meeting in American history, with Zelensky from Ukraine, who has come out yesterday. As I said, he was meeting with European leaders, and he did say that he looked forward to signing the deal, which included giving up those precious metals, rare earth, metals, or whatever you want to call them, rare earth materials for Ukraine.
That audio, if you want that.
Yeah, let's listen in.
So are you willing in principle to talk about conceding territory, in principle to express some regret to President Trump, or to sign the minerals deal?
Угода про мінерали готова.
the agreement on the minerals, the deal is ready. We are. It wasn't ready. There were many variants, but there is the last one. It is ready, and the ministers can sign it. Everywhere where I have said it as a president that we can do it, we do not retreat. It is our policy to continue despite what happened in the past. We are constructive. If we agreed upon signing it, we were ready to sign it. And honestly, I believe that the United States would be ready as well. Perhaps there is a need in time to analyze certain things, but I would just want Ukrainian position to be heard. It was very important for me that Ukrainian position is heard. The fact that it happened in media, I did not prepare this meeting, and I was in those conditions that were there, and our stance was heard because I didn't want our position to be ambiguous.
So I'm telling you, the more, and now, thank you, Dan, for that, because I had been reporting this morning that Zelensky had spoken at this EU meeting, and Dan, was searching. We were searching for the actual audio to hear what he actually said, because there's a translation and that sort of thing. So when you hear him, I really believe that what happened here was that Russian reporter who was escorted out of the Oval Office, who was not supposed to be there, he was not on the list, he was not approved. The White House is not, to my knowledge, not commenting on this, but that guy who's a DC bureau chief for Russian state media, he was never supposed to be in the Oval. I feel that, among other things, impacted Zelensky, that he felt like he had to put out the Ukrainian standpoint. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the only thing that makes sense to me, because it was just, quite frankly, it was stupid. It was just stupid to do what he did, say what he said, and he very quickly was backing off of it on social media. But that's really my take on this. When I just think it was this human moment where he felt like he was saying, well, whoa, wait a minute, Russia's here, and I'm going to give the whole Ukraine history. And I just think it was, albeit a misstep by Zelensky personally, I think he felt like he had to put that out there. I think it was just that personal moment, because he says, I wasn't prepared for that. Well, what weren't you prepared for? You knew you were meeting with Trump. You knew you were meeting with J.D. Vance, the vice president. He did not count on a Russian state media sponsored reporter who's a high profile person to be right there in his face. That's what I believe. You can sound off 855-839-1210. I want to get back to the transgender issue and what's going on in just a second. I'm just going to give you a couple headlines, okay? Updating you, just happening. This is breaking news that the Mexican president is to speak with Trump today on these tariffs. Remember, that was paused. It's expected to go back into effect. Remember that. So we're talking tariffs. That's in the headline. The Doge claims of $105 billion in savings. So we're waiting to see the tangible evidence of that. But more Doge news, Department of Government Efficiency, as that team moves in and says, we want to wipe out all this government waste of your hard-earned tax dollars. And then remember, the Senate is expected to vote to confirm Linda McMahon. She's not fully confirmed, remember this, as education secretary. That's critical. And then, of course, Trump is talking Ukraine with his national security team, his advisors. So all of this is swirling. But I do want to get to your calls, 855-839-1210. I know many of you are reacting to the very latest, the developing story that over the weekend in Pennsylvania, we have a biological male taking the spot, running against girls and winning. But we also have a Pennsylvania mom, God bless you, in Quakertown. She filed the lawsuit, by the way, January 20th, but that's proceeding tomorrow in court right here. So this is taking center stage in Pennsylvania. This case could go to the Supreme Court of the United States of America and then put the kibosh on all of this. in favor of protecting girls and women. I want to get to Mark in Feasterville. Hey, Mark.
How you doing, Dawn?
Good. Thanks for calling.
I have 2 points. I have 2 points I'd like to make. So why don't these transgenders have their own sports, like men's, women, and transgender, where they don't compete each other? And if they don't have enough transgender people to do this, why don't the women and girls just boycott it so that nobody plays?
Well, they've tried the boycotts, and that has been successful. And we've seen coaches out of, and this was something Riley Gaines had told me, that the one success they've really had over and over nationally was when a coach and the girls' team, basketball, volleyball, they've just pulled out of a game, and they've said out of caution, because we don't want to be injured by playing men, huge men who are stronger than us. And so this is for our safety. That one has been extremely successful, to your point, Mark. But I think the bigger point is that now that it's an executive order, I think a lot of people took their eye off the ball and thought, oh, it's done. Trump's in, the executive order is in, and we never have to worry about this. What we're seeing at the local level right here, across Pennsylvania and across the country, it's going to end up in the courts. That's the only hope, really, is these lawsuits. And so this mom in Quakertown, and imagine, Mark, I imagine you're a parent. Imagine, getting a lawyer, and plus, your daughter might say, "Oh, Mom and Dad, please God, don't do that." And even though she's heartbroken because she lost, and now college scholarships, you know what I mean? All of that. But imagine, now you're a spectacle. You're a national name.
Well, these people shouldn't be able to raise your taxes because they don't get federal funding from the government. The school boards have too much power to be able to do that. So they need to be there. Everybody needs to vote these people out. That's my opinion. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. And I really appreciate you in Feasterville. Here's the deal. That we have elections upcoming, and we've talked about the school board level elections. Remember, and it was stunning. I'll never forget. I cried that night, especially. The school board races, but especially Bucks County. I was shocked that it was resounding that these Democrats won over highly qualified parents with kids in the district. I couldn't believe it. And part of it was that a lot of people just didn't see it coming, that Democrats in D.C. and these big money groups, they pumped money, tons of money, into local school district races. And that's how this rolls. If you don't come out for these smaller elections, off-year elections, this is what you get. Because as Beth Ann Rossica pointed out, yes, it's fantastic at the top of the ticket when President Trump he's in. He signed the executive order, but you see what happened. Because these progressives at the local school board level, they've been emboldened, and they feel like, oh, no, we have the power here, and we're going to push back on this. And so it's important that you get out there and that you run yourself, or that you support those who don't support this. As far as answering Mark in Feasterville's question, why not just have a separate lane? You be you. You be you, and we'll celebrate you if you're trans. They don't want that. They've been offered that. They don't want that. And the tragic piece of this is for trans individuals is that they're saying these are kids who are psychologically saying, I am a girl. I identify as a girl. I'm the same as a girl. I am a girl. And so I don't want to be running as the trans in the third category. I'm a girl. I want to change with the girls. I want to run with the girls or swim with the girls, etc. And to not be allowed to run with the girl or swim with the girl or be a girl, now you're making me feel bad, and you're hurting my feelings, and you're harming me. That's what they're saying. And so now we're teeing this up to pit the girls against each other. Those who identify as a girl but are a biological boy, and the girls who are girls. That's what we're doing. we're putting them in a horrible position. It's mean, it's cruel, and we need to stop this. You're not helping them. You're not helping any of these kids. And that is really what is insensitive about this whole situation. And that's what Beth Ann Rossica and I were talking about. And I agree with Beth Ann. I'm 100% sensitive to all of these kids. I would never encourage any bullying of a kid because they identify as LGBTQ+. That's horrible. But don't you understand that that's what they're doing? They're pitting these kids up against each other because of politics. It's sickening. I'm up against it. I have to take a break. 855-839-1210. There's so much breaking that we still have to get to.
There's some breaking news out of the White House concerning Ukraine as well that we'll hear.
At California Psychics, we know that doubt can get in the way of your relationship. One moment you're enjoying a romantic date, the next you're thinking,
is this guy right for me? Could I spend my life with someone who has more hair on his feet than on his head?
Then you realize you've been thinking out loud.
Wait, come back,
Thankfully, California Psychics can clear away the dating doubt. Our accurate psychics are available 24/7 to give you all the guidance you need to make the right relationship choices. California Psychics is the psychic service more people trust. That's why we can guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 80% off their first reading. Nah, I can smell love in the air already. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey now outside the White House. Peter.
And Harris, there's quite a disconnect happening here at the White House and with their allies in Kyiv, because I have been told by a senior official here that nothing's going to happen with this minerals deal until Zelensky goes in front of cameras and makes an explicit public apology for the way that he behaved in the Oval Office with that meeting. But Zelensky is out there now saying that he thinks he can still get this minerals deal without saying sorry.
We are not making any steps back. This is our policy, to be consistent regardless of what happened before. We are constructive. If we agree that it will be signed, from our side we are ready to sign. I honestly think the United States will be ready as well. Maybe they need time to analyze some things.
Yeah, well, good luck, because there is still a desire by Republicans in D.C. to end the war in Ukraine and to make a deal with Ukraine on the way forward. But after Friday's Oval Office dust-up, Republicans don't care if peace happens with Zelensky in charge or somebody else, although nobody is saying yet who they think a suitable Zelensky replacement could be.
Yeah, so Peter Ducey in the know, obviously, but when Ducey says that, reports that with such confidence, that tells me that he's getting that. He has a very good source or sources. And so I just suggest that Mr. Zelensky, President Zelensky, apologizes. Just apologize already and get this done. And let's do the peace deal. You know, he just is a stubborn little guy. It's personalities, people, but lives are at stake. That brings me to, I'm just trying to, is it Paul in Bedminster? Let's get to Paul. Are you in Bedminster? Where's he from? Yep. Paul?
Bedminster, Bucks County.
There you go.
How are you? You say what, Paul?
Good, Dawn. Bedminster Township, Bucks County. Dawn, the members of the Ukraine Parliament on Saturday demanded the immediate impeachment of Volodymyr Zelensky, citing his catastrophic leadership and authoritarian rule. This fellow named Alexander Dubinsky states that Zelensky's foreign policy failures led to Ukraine's international isolation and the loss of support. Well, it goes on to say he's waging a lost war due to his incompetent leadership, et cetera, et cetera. But, I mean, people in his own parliament want him out. And, I mean, the guy is a walking, talking ego trip, and he just can't stop himself. And I don't know if you saw over the weekend in London where he said if the United States didn't give him or didn't give them $250 billion, and he used the word demand, that he would demand that from the European Union. So, I mean, who does this guy think he is, really? It's unbelievable. And then over the weekend, you know, now the Brits want to put troops in Ukraine. And the French also want to do that. Mm-hmm. Well, the Russians sank a British supply ship bringing military supplies to Ukraine.
Yeah, so we don't want this. Let's listen in. Dan actually has some audio on that, but you know, I know that the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, we've been talking a lot about this morning, that the MP, Alexander Dubinsky, he's the one who demanded Zelensky's removal, citing a diplomatic failure. So we also had some accused corrupt individuals resigning from the Zelensky administration. There are a lot of moving pieces of this, but let's listen into the latest audio.
Hello, Mr. President Trump. My name is Alexander Dubinsky, and I'm a member of the Ukrainian parliament. I have been in prison for 14 months. For one reason only, I told the truth about the Biden's corruption in Ukraine. In 2019, I was the first to expose how Joe Biden was using Ukraine for his personal financial gain. I exposed how his son, Hunter Biden, got millions of dollars through offshore schemes and Burisma. I spoke as a lawmaker, and I spoke as a patriot of Ukraine. But after Biden won in 2020, Zelensky's government, following Washington crazy orders, opened 4 absolutely stupid and fake criminal cases against me. In November 2023, they put me in prison. No evidence, no trial, no investigation. I was never even asked for testimony. They just want to shut me up and silence my public voice, but they failed. They failed because Biden's corruption is a fact. It's a fact. The American Congress and American court have proven that Hunter Biden received money from Ukrainian officials. He confessed to it. But who's in prison? Dubinsky, not Biden.
So Dubinsky, by the way, I mean, he is controversial for the past since, I believe, 2019. So he's had a political career that, look, he as well has had accusations of corruption. He as well it has been accused of him that he, has a lot of ties to Russian influence campaigns. And so is he backed by, a Russia-linked type foreign influence network? So I'll just remind you of this, that prior to all of this, even during the Obama administration, going all the way back then, we know that there were all of these accusations about Ukraine, that, it's the most corrupt country, right? So that is nothing new, the corruption allegations. So I don't think any of these individuals are exactly the choir boys of, leadership internationally, not at all. And I look forward to the Doge of looking into where all the money went. And Zelensky, again, had doubled down on that, saying to Brett Baer over on Friday, he said something to the effect of, well, he only received so much, something to that effect. So we definitely want that Doge to happen, right? Because this is, and remember the whole conversation with Trump that led to the impeachment. Remember that so-called, it was really a perfectly legal phone call. But remember, it was indeed a phone call between Trump and Zelensky. I'm taking you all the way back to the first Trump administration. And remember what Trump was saying to Zelensky at the time. He was saying, you really ought to look into this corruption and having to do with Joe Biden's son, right? That was the nature of their conversation, was surrounding corruption. And yes, alleged corruption by Biden's son at the time and or the Biden administration. So we got to take a quick break. I know some of you are hanging on if you still can. So many issues to talk about. 855-839-1210. If I haven't said thank you, because I want to say thank you, Zelensky he's not really very grateful, but I thank you for being here. Be right back.
The cold air mass remains in place as we start off the work week. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy, still a high temperature well below average near 40. For tonight, becoming partly cloudy, low of around 30. And for Tuesday, more clouds and milder with a high back above average at 54.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Hurry in to the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
The Philly Boat Show is back March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater, Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team wouldn't let just anyone start at quarterback. And should you let just anyone give you guidance? We don't think so. In fact, at California Psychics, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. You see, we come from the home of free spirits and open minds. We're not short of spiritual believers or big dreamers. It's why we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. California Psychics connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So, there's never been a better time to give our services a try. That sounds like a touchdown to me. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You ask the American people what they think of what Elon Musk and Doge are doing with government right now. They are vehemently opposed. If you ask,
I don't know. I think government efficiency and the idea of cherishing your tax dollars and not wasting them is pretty popular. By the way, within the past hour, Trump putting out on his Truth Social account, paid troublemakers, as he puts in air quotes, paid troublemakers are attending Republican town hall meetings. It's all part of the game for the Democrats. But just like our big landslide election, it's not going to work for them. And this morning earlier, he wrote in all caps, tomorrow night will be big. I will tell it like it is, as he's referring to his address of Congress tomorrow. We also, speaking of Doge and AOC, as we think about Elon Musk, we've been talking about Elon Musk putting that memo out, and many federal employees saying they're not happy to get a second memo, a second Doge memo. What have you done for me lately? What are the 5 things you've done this week? And that brings us to Dennis in Brigantine. So, Dennis on Doge. You say what, Dennis?
Well, I worked for a transportation company, as they all do. They put production sheets out on productivity sheets out on your previous day every day. They monitored how many stops you made, how long you stayed at that stop, and how long your day was. There was no problem, and it helped increase your productivity, and it helped increase the benefits for the company. But I also would like to say I saw a great slogan: the weakest of men compete against women, the weakest of minds support them. Now, Bedminster Paul called Lewinsky a walking, talking ego trip. Well, he's correct. And the Biden administration created that. Not only did they just continue to stuff his pockets, suitcase, and mouth with billions of dollars, but they could not break the chain of command overseeing the corruption over that. What do I mean by that? When Lloyd Austin went into the hospital. There was no way we could send that phone call about the money going to Ukraine to somebody else. He simply just did it on his own. The money going to Ukraine is so corrupt, and it was evident when Zelensky did not walk out of the White House with more billions of dollars Friday. That was a disgrace by Zelensky and the European Union, because they're also benefiting from our money. Enough of this. Trump will bring it to an end. He will solve this. It's nothing that can't be solved with negotiation. J.D. Vance is right. You know what? I am in full support of diplomacy. I'm a blue-collar guy. Diplomacy got me a better contract during my labor negotiations. It can be done, and it always works out. This war is strictly being dragged on so the American people can stick more money in the pocket, and it comes back. Oh, here, one more thing, if I may. So what are they trying to deflect from now? Now they're trying to say that the money that goes to Ukraine came back to the U.S. to buy ammunition and guns and whatnot. Well, right away, they're trying to deflect from the corruption of the money coming back. So there it is. It's all right there in front of us, and they're being told everything, but they're downshading the color of the corruption.
Thank you, Dennis.
It is so bad, we have to stop.
Thank you, Dennis. Really appreciate your take on that. By the way, DJT, President Trump writing on Truth Social this morning, the only president who gave none of Ukraine's land to Putin's Russia is Donald J. Trump. Remember that when the weak and ineffective Democrats criticize and the fake news gladly puts out anything they say. So putting out, again, it's more about the media than anything. But he's very active on Truth Social this morning, so maybe not happy with some of the coverage. Where am I going next, Dan? We have so many of you have called 855-839-1210.
We can go back to the issue of Ukraine with Jane.
With Jane?
Or we can go with John and back to the issue of trans individuals.
Well, since we're on Ukraine, John, we'll go to you. John's on deck. Jane, first-time caller, Glenside. Hi, Jane.
Hi, Dawn. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling.
I listened to that. I hear your callers and you saying that Zelensky was somewhat disrespectful and he owes an apology. I didn't see that. Where was he disrespectful yesterday in that meeting?
My take has evolved this morning because I will tell you that even though he's speaking out, and it sounds like I watched the whole thing. Well, I watched it live and then I watched it again. If you watch it in its entirety, what I mean by that is when there are questions and he says, well, he interjects himself and then he goes back in history, and he's obviously going back, to the Obama administration.
Wait. Are you talking about Trump?
When Zelensky
or Zelensky,
there was
I think Trump is met him match for match in that, going back on old history. I don't know. He was talking about his country. He's trying to save his country.
Well,
and all of a sudden we think of him as some kind of robber baron.
Well, let me just interject. And I'll let you finish. I'm not going to cut you off. Let me just interject this. What I'm increasingly convinced of, I really believe, and I said this, I said this morning, I don't know, during Kale and Co. I've said it again this morning on my show, Jane, is that I'm more and more convinced, especially with what Zelensky said yesterday, that what triggered him, and the reason, to your point, that he felt defensive, that he had to put out the statement of what the Ukrainians have been going through, was because that reporter from I don't know if you know this or not, there was a reporter that Secret Service escorted out during the live news conference when they're still sitting there. Secret Service goes over to a Russian state-sponsored reporter who was never approved to be in the Oval, and they escort him out. Yeah. I'm starting to think that Zelensky, because of that reporter, that was perhaps what triggered him to feel like, wait a minute, Russian media is here. I have to state my defense for my country. And then,
but what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Well,
that's why he was there to convince us and our president that, it's a righteous fight. And what's wrong with that?
Well, nothing's.
I don't see any sin in that.
It was
then why
that.
Are we all saying he's a liar and he's pulling one over on us?
The piece.
Don't get it. No.
The piece of it, Jane, that I will say is that he was really pushing back on them as far as going back to the history. And Trump is kind of looking at him, and he's looking at him like, and he's still trying, because then J.D. Vance jumps in, and Trump's like looking at him like,
God.
and he says, Trump, at one point, Trump says something to the effect of, well, I wasn't president then. Like, you're talking about a different administration. So, to me,
and Zelensky wasn't in trouble, as much trouble. I mean, Trump brings up his history too, all the time.
Well, I think that what and this stinks, Jane, that your connection is a little bit you're breaking up a little bit there. So it's I'm sorry that no, it's sometimes Jimmy always says, why is it that the good calls always have a transmission problem? I don't know what it is. But no, and I appreciate what you're saying. I really do, because I think there is more of a situation that I think, because they were going to sign this, we're to believe, right? He came there to sign it. That's what we were told.
Yes.
He even said that yesterday. He said, no, we had agreed upon this. So to me, I'm looking at this and going, what happened in that room? I'm really...
Well, that's exactly right. It's a question. What did happen? Was it Zelensky who was at fault, or was it our usually judge Trump on how he treats people? I just can't believe it was all Zelensky.
Yeah, and it's a shame, because her signal, just so you know, I'm so sorry. It's like in and out, but I think what she's saying is, what Jane is saying, it's a point well taken. Like, well, wait a minute, if they're there to sign the deal, like, what's going on? And I am telling you more and more as the day goes on and we learn more, I really think that it was that Russian reporter. I do. The state sponsor. I think it triggered Zelensky. Trump didn't realize. See, Zelensky knows who the state Russian sponsored reporter is.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't know it. Zelensky knows it. Zelensky now is like triggered by that. So he like kind of goes off on this tangent. And I think Trump is looking at him like, and J.D. Vance, like, what are you talking about? So then they feel disrespected. Do you know what I'm saying? They start responding. And then they have this back and forth. I actually think it was that miscommunication. I'm more and more convinced of that. I really do. I don't know if you think I'm going off on a tangent, but I think it was the fact that Zelensky recognized that there was a state-sponsored Russia reporter, and then somebody was astute to this, because somebody in that Oval realized, I think, what was going on. They tap the Russian state-sponsored reporter on the shoulder and get him out of there. So I'm telling you, that's what happened. That's my theory on this. But do you know what I mean?
I'll propose what a lot on the left are saying is the moment that they turned. About 12 minutes into the press conference, this exchange happens. And a lot of people are saying that this was the moment that it became clear to Trump that Zelensky wasn't going to let Trump dictate the narrative of their conversation. And that's when Trump decided to kind of take it in a different direction. This is that moment. It's 30 seconds long. Take a listen.
And really, we can help Europe, because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they're our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President. They did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
So you can tell that there's anxious laughter in the room, but
yes.
That was kind of the moment that things kind of spiraled. And a lot of people on the left say that this is because Trump recognized that, quote, Zelensky wasn't going to allow him to get away with lies about the war.
I don't know. I mean, I hope to God, and at the end of the day, this costly war, and I do feel for the Ukrainian people. I mean, they've lost husbands and brothers and sons, and we don't fully even, we haven't been over there to really see everything front and center, but it's horrible. And I just do hope and pray for peace. So Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he's back in Kyiv after these frantic days that we've been talking about. And so we'll continue to follow it. Get to your calls if we can. 855-839-1210. And we'll react. We have a lot of reaction. Be right back.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
A rare treat. We have somebody who is an insider, if you will, on relations with Russia. And this is a Delaware County friend, former Congressman Kurt Weldon. Hey, Kurt, good morning.
Hey, Dawn, just wanted to check in with you. I'm driving, and I heard your discussion. I always appreciate your insights. But I formed the Rada Congress relationship with Ukraine. I chaired probably 25 delegations to Ukraine. I did the same thing with the Russian Duma and did the same amount there. So I've been to both countries extensively, and there was no war that should ever have occurred. Remember, it was the U.S. when the Soviet Union broke apart that mandated that Ukraine had to give up all its nuclear weapons. Ukraine had nuclear weapons, and we mandated that they had to give them up.
In the 90s.
When we did that, we guaranteed that we would guarantee their security. And we did that to some extent, except when President Yushchenko came in, and I stood next to him in Philadelphia when we gave him the Liberty Award medal. Yushchenko wasn't supported by the U.S. We didn't help the Orange Revolution. And he weakened, and Ukraine weakened. We have a strong Ukrainian community in Pennsylvania, and I'm a strong supporter of them. But I'll guarantee you that the U.S. has not done its job in helping to avoid what's currently happening there. We can blame Putin. That's very easy. But I'm going to tell you what's behind the scenes here. I want you to think about why any leader like Zelensky, I've never met, would go into a White House and act the way he did. That just didn't happen by accident. Let me tell you, look at who briefed him. Not only was he meeting with the Democrat leadership before he went to meet with Trump, but I'll guarantee you forces and those 51 people that Trump took away the security clearances for, their network also briefed Zelensky. The U.S. intelligence has its own fingers all over Ukraine. And if you deny that, then you're not being a realist. I understand that. I saw it firsthand. And I say it again. There's an effort in this case to undermine and embarrass Trump. Their intent was to have Zelensky go in, take Trump on, confront him, and have this deal blow up. He goes back. My concern right now, and I'm going to be very honest with you, is that a contrived war starts. A small atomic munition goes off in Ukraine. We immediately blame Russia and we blame Trump. That's what I perceive to be a possibility, and that's the worst possible outcome.
Yeah.
This whole thing with Zelensky was not just done by Zelensky on his own. No foreign leader would go into an American White House and talk the way he did unless he knew there are people behind him. No way. I've dealt with leaders in 104 countries. And again, I've been to Ukraine dozens of times. I've been to Russia dozens of times. That leader went into the White House with a preset notion of what he was going to accomplish. That wasn't accidental. And for Trump to take the heat over this, look at those 51 intel people who he took away their security clearance. They're angry. And these are people who controlled the world, people like Brennan Clapper. They're not just local yokels. They have their tenants all over this. That's the problem.
Well, I think that makes sense. We had said that earlier this morning, like who's behind Zelensky, and we had suggested that on the morning show in Kale and Company. I think maybe you were trying to call in then, Kurt, but I think
yes, that's exactly why. That's exactly why I was trying to call in, because that comment came up, and that person was 100% correct. This is not being done in a vacuum. Zelensky, look, he's trying to do a job for his country. I don't know the man. But I'm going to tell you right now, this war should never have started, and this war should not continue. Trump's trying to end the war, but there are forces in Ukraine. Let me tell you, Dawn, have somebody check the corporate boards of the biggest corporations in Ukraine. When somebody does their analysis, look at who's on those boards and see where the ties are to the U.S. That's all I have to say.
Well, Kurt, it's great to hear from you. You're fired up, and we appreciate it. And I know that you extensively, I know that absolutely you extensively know this issue. So, Kurt Weldon, thank you.
Thanks, Dawn.
Wow. Fired up there.
No, I think I would agree with him.
Yeah.
That did come up, and now I know, because somebody had said earlier, Jimmy Kelly had said Kurt was on the line earlier this morning in Kale & Co. And I forget which one of us brought up, because, you think to yourself, well, who are you? Who are you to start spouting off? I still do think that Russian state reporter, I think that's bizarre to me on many levels that he got into the Oval. He wasn't approved to be there, wasn't on the list. How the heck does that happen? And to Kurt Weldon's point, is that the work of who Kurt, you know what I mean? Is that the men in the shadows, that Jackson Brown always sang about, the men who were running things, when Biden was president, for example. So those are some of the questions that we have. But I just want them to get this done. I do think that at the end of the day, Zelensky had a whole lot of chutzpah, and that was not an independent action, clearly. He knew he had some support, but at the end of the day, you're dealing with DJT. You're dealing with Donald J. Trump. And so just, I think, call, apologize. It was disrespectful what he said and the way he said it. And when you're in somebody's house, you don't act like that. So we have Dom caught. It's all your fault, Dan Borowski. You got Dom sick.
Yeah, is it my fault?
And it's all my fault that Mike Opelka wrote me the most beautiful note, and we were all sick as dogs over Christmas. My one son was even hospitalized, and so I missed it until over the weekend. So I was like, I got to call Michael Opelka because I'm going to apologize to you. See, this is what Zelensky needs to call up Trump, personally apologize. But Michael Opelka, my friend, you wrote me the most beautiful note.
Did
and
you
I apologize.
ghost Mike?
Well, he probably thought that.
Yeah, she did. She did.
He probably thought, I can't believe Dawn hasn't responded, but I swear to God, I didn't see it until yesterday, till last night.
I thought you were giving me the Zelensky treatment. I was like, Dawn is not talking to me. She does not want to speak to me.
But I love you, and it was, oh my gosh, I was like, I was all verklempt because it was, I won't say what it was about, but it was beautiful. And so I'm so glad I have the opportunity to apologize. See how easy it is to just say, I was wrong. I apologize.
Well, the question is, does Mike accept the apology?
Do you accept it, sir?
Of course I do. Of course I do. Without hesitation, Dan.
Oh.
That's what you do. Grace,
nice.
Grace has to be upon all of us. And
Who's
God
Grace?
is full of grace.
Well, thank you for being full
I
of
thought
grace.
Grace was a person there for a second.
Well, Will and Grace and all that stuff. Yeah, Dawn, I miss you like a front tooth. And, my life and work has gone to a different place, and it's warmer and wonderful.
You wrestle any gators recently?
No, that's for the PGA players. If you watch the tournament this weekend, there was a gator on the course. But I'm happy to be here for Dom. As I've said, I will be here always for my WPHT family, any single moment I can. So I'm thrilled to be here. And I was worried. I have to admit, Dawn.
What?
I was like, well, Dawn ghosted me. She just didn't even respond. So.
No, I'm so. We missed Christmas. We didn't even celebrate. Like we were. I had it the least, but one of my sons was actually hospitalized during that time.
No.
So yeah. So
everybody's okay now.
Everybody's fine now. And so that's probably why I won't get sick. But, Dan was sick as a dog. We were worried about him last week. Now Dom has got this thing. It's making its way through. I know.
Stay away, Mike. Stay away.
I know.
Was anybody in Rome? Did you guys give it to the Pope by any chance? For God's sake?
But the Pope is better now, right? He's breathing on his own, we're hearing?
Well, yeah, but that's not what you want to hear from your boss.
Right.
He's breathing on his own.
Yeah.
A miraculous recovery?
No. I thought infallibility applied to disease too, but I guess not.
EKZ writes on YouTube, Dawn, tis Dawn, didn't see it until last night. I call BS. Wow.
Oh, really?
Wow,
I
yeah.
don't.
Oh, no, I love Mike.
No, we
I
all
appreciate. No, but my Michael was the one who was hospitalized twice
Yikes.
over the holidays. It
How's
was
he doing now?
It was bad.
Is he doing better?
He's doing better now, thank God.
Just know that I will use this like a good
Yes.
Catholic boy to guilt Dawn into buying me cocktails the next time I see her.
Yes.
So, absolutely. So whatever, wherever, not to be Shakira,
Yes.
but anytime it happens, I will absolutely go, Dawn, it was weeks before
it
you
was.
responded.
I was like, oh my God. So I know you have a lot to talk about, and it's
What?
Yes, I know.
Yes, Zelensky will be calling the show today.
Oh.
He's putting on a fresh costume, as he called it. What a clown.
Well,
I know. We'll deal with it.
the one and only Mike Opelka up next.
I'm getting
Dawn.
trashed real quick
What?
before we go.
Uh-oh.
EKZ says, read the rest, Dan, but he says, good on your behalf to call it out, Dawn, and to apologize.
Yes.
So, what a good friend you are.
She's the best.
Got to
She's the
apologize. Come on, Zelensky. Join me. Ask for grace.
best. He
Kiss
did
the
it.
ring.
He did. He
Yeah.
did at the end of the Brett Baer interview.
Yeah, I think he started it started to dawn on him that he had messed up. But I don't know if you heard Congressman Kurt Weldon, what he said. I thought, and I think Kurt would know.
Well, there's a whole lot of folks speaking out on this, and some even have credibility. I'm not one of them. But we will address it as far as we can today and have a little bit of fun, because I didn't watch the Oscars, nor did I watch any of the movies, but I certainly have things to say about it.
Well, stay right there. You're in for a treat. Mike Opelka.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at nordvpn.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
I know you were screaming along with the Who right there, weren't you? I was. I really was. It is Dom time. Dom Giordano Show. Mike Opelka in because Typhoid Dan apparently has infected Dom. Is that the case? Dan, have we traced the infection back to you?
I can speak for Dan right now.
Oh, Henry, I love this.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Dan is patient zero here in this.
Good reference, patient zero. Excellent.
But where do you draw the line between being sick and going to work and feeling that you're kind of screwing over your coworkers? Because that's where I'm at now, because I came in last week, Thursday for a half day, and then full day on Friday. And then now we hear Dom's sick, right?
You sound compromised right now.
I'm better.
He's always compromised.
I'm always compromised, but I'm of sufficient health to be back.
Better get a bucket. You're going to need it. That's what you're better.
Are you the guy that leans towards taking off more days if you're sick, or are you coming back even if you're a little bit sick still?
Well, because
I wasn't sick Friday, I promise.
Dan, sick and infectious are different things. You know, you could be still carrying a live version of whatever virus you were spreading. So you may not be contagious, or you may. And therein lies the question. But I live in my own little bubble, as so many of you know. I'm never in the studio. I'm in the free speech bunker in Wilmington, Delaware, in my little hovel. So I am safe from the outside world most times. And so I don't have to worry about getting people sick. I can actually broadcast while sick, and it's not coming over the lines.
You sick right now?
Sorry?
Are you sick right now?
No. I'm healthy as a horse. I've been on the road the last 10 days. I saw Zioli at the White House a week and a half ago, and then was in D.C. for CPAC, and then was in Southwest Florida doing some work, because that's where my current radio home base is. And now had to leave 75 degrees to come home last night to 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Thank you. But I will tell you this, the amount of Philadelphians on the flight to Southwest Florida, it's all Eagles gear. It's amazing. I saw so many different Super Bowl hats and sweatshirts and T-shirts. It's unbelievable how much swag has been purchased after the Super Bowl victory. So congratulations to all the people in the merch business. Good for you. Good for you. A lot to get to today. And I have opinions on this Ukraine thing. Strong opinions. And I'm not sure if Nick and Dawn and Greg talked about it this morning. Dan or Henry, perhaps you can clear it up for me. Is anybody talking about the lack of footage from the battlefields? Because I've been saying this for months now. Anybody?
No, not that I've heard of.
Yeah, I'm one of the people who was old enough to say we finally got outraged about the Vietnam War when it was on the evening news. When we saw the American men through the jungles of Southeast Asia carrying their M16s, ducking fire from the evil Viet Cong. And then when we started seeing the body bags come home, and you started seeing the bombers, and you started seeing the napalm, and you saw the flamethrowers, and all of the horrors of war. The villages being destroyed, the people dying. The iconic photo of the young Vietnamese woman whose clothing had been burned off by either napalm or a flamethrower, and she's running through the streets to save her own life. These were the images that stopped, at least I believe, that led to the ultimate end of the Vietnam War. And we didn't win that one. We gave up. If you ever watch the movie Stripes, when Bill Murray talks about American soldiers and Americans in war, he says, we are 10-1. That was the one. That's the one he was talking about. So I am sitting here saying, where is the video? Where are the photos of the carnage? If this war truly is as horrific as it is, or as we're being told, where is the indisputable visual evidence? I haven't seen it. 855-839-1210 is the number. If you've seen it, you want to talk about it. It seems to me that if the mainstream media really wanted to justify this, they would say, we have to keep funding this war and our defense of Ukraine because look at the mass graves, look at the bodies, look at the homes that have been taken down. President Trump has talked about the towers, the buildings that have come down, the minarets that are shattered, as he calls them, the beautiful domes. But where is the gruesome reality of the horrors of war? We've seen, I would venture a guess here, that we've seen more graphic footage out of the October 7th attack on Israel than we've seen, and that was a year and a half ago almost, than we've seen out of 3 years of war in Ukraine. So, to quote Judge Judy, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Just one of those things that I have questions. Show me. We were embedded. American media was embedded in the Gulf War. American media was riding tanks and armored carriers into the deserts, going to get Saddam Hussein. This is amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. But I want to talk about that. We'll get to that. I watched the press conference on Friday, and I'm one of the people who can raise his hand and say, I was wrong. I thought this was going to be a slam dunk. We had this agreement, it was hammered out, it was going to be signed. Zelensky was going to leave. We're going to be on our way to a ceasefire and a peace, and maybe Ukraine loses some land and Russia doesn't get everything it wanted. That's what negotiations are all about. No party is happy. If both parties are happy, one of them's lying, at least. Just saying. You can't have a successful negotiation, especially as it relates to a war, without somebody being unhappy. So we'll get to that. And I do have some things I want to play for you and point out to you. as it relates to this. And I just cannot believe the number of people who are currently losing their minds over this. Donald Trump is the worst man ever. Orange Hitler. He was rude to Zelensky. He was terrible. He's embarrassing America. He must be thrown out. Stop it. Do you understand that things like this don't happen overnight? Do you have any idea how long it takes to complete a sensitive negotiation on a 3-year war that never should have started in the first place? That the Washington Post even admitted over the weekend. If you're watching CNN, Scott Jennings, who deserves, in my opinion, some kind of journalistic award, Scott Jennings, the former Republican congressman, that CNN keeps him on air because it must be driving up their ratings. But, almost anything would drive up the ratings at CNN because they're rather anemic. But he is on with Laura Coates all the time. And Scott Jennings talked about Zelensky on Friday, and the analysis was pretty simple.
He needs Zelensky to recognize the position that he's in.
Which to you is what?
We're their patron. We're their best hope for the killing to stop and for them to emerge from this sovereign and prosperous. And we're also their best hope as a business partner. I mean, all Zelensky had to do today was put on a tie, show up, smile, say thank you, sign the papers, and have lunch. That's it. And he couldn't do that. And this followed 10 days of being difficult in private and now 1 day of being stupid in public. This did not have to go down this way.
Okay.
And however you feel about why it started, why it's going on, who's right and who's wrong, we can help them in this and come out okay on the other side, and he's making it hard.
Was he antagonized or baited into this, or was he just not appreciative of what Scott's saying as being the beneficiary of the United States?
Well, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I actually agree with Scott. And everything that he said was basically right.
Wow.
This is a Washington Post reporter on CNN. Yes. Yes, tell me the truth. What's happening? Is the Washington Post having its wake-up moment? Are its eyes opening? Is this like a 6-week-old kitten finally opening its eyes? Josh Rogan from the WAPO from Washington Post said, I actually agree with what Scott Jennings said about Zelensky. And it's true. Everything that Jennings said and laid out was absolutely true. That he had to come in, sign the papers, have a nice lunch, which, by the way, is one of my favorite things that happened over the weekend. After this happened on Friday, the White House staff got to eat the lunch. The White House staff, which usually, as I was there last 2 weeks, 10 days ago, and Zioli was there too, so he can attest to this. The White House staff is working their butts off because Donald Trump doesn't stop. There are 7 things going on at all times. It's like stuff's on fire. The plates are spinning. They're running around like chasing every possible thing that this White House is trying to get done in the first 2 years. And they don't get the treat like this. So when the president tossed Zelensky out the back door, said, hit the bricks, pal. I wish Trump was on tape going, don't let the doorknob hit you where the good Lord split you. Get out of here. The White House lunch was then served to the White House staff. The beautiful lunch that they had set up for Zelensky. So technically, I guess we could say that the White House staff ate Zelensky's lunch on Friday. Is that wrong, Henry?
No, it happened in a quite literal sense.
Literally. We never get to, we say literally all the time, but we don't get to have it be true. So I believe Zelensky, and I'm working on my Zelensky impression, because it's somewhere between Alex Jones and Boris Badenov from the Rocky and Bullwinkle commercials, which is so old, I wouldn't expect you guys to understand it.
I don't. I'm surprised you hear Alex Jones in there.
Well, it's only because they're graveling. You get the gravel, but you put the little Russian in there because he's Ukraine.
Okay.
Yeah. I just think, and the other thing about Zelensky, he sat in that room and he seemed to have perfect instant comprehension of English, right?
Seemingly, yeah. He's got a pretty good translation going on in his head.
And then there are video recordings of him doing interviews afterwards where he listens, an English reporter is asking questions and he's listening to the translation, and then he takes off the headphones and starts responding initially in Ukrainian and then switches to his English. I feel like we're getting snookered. I feel like this is the guy that the cops pull over on the side of the road and he goes, no inglés, no hablo inglés. And the minute they put him in cuffs, he's going, hold on a second here. I understand you completely. I kind of feel like there's a little bit, just a teeny tiny little bit of that going on. Anyway, there's so much to get to today. Oscars, Zelensky. Guy Shirakis is joining us in about 15 minutes. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
We love Guy Shirakis, so you have to hang out. Do I have time to take one quick call from Lou in Aston?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
Let's go to Lou. Lou!
Actually, he's gone now. So.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, just
Lou said for the sickness, honey. He has tons of beehives on his property and uses honey to ward off sickness. Hasn't been sick in years. They say that as long as it's local honey, as long as the honey you're ingesting is from your region, then you'll get the benefit.
Really?
But if it's like honey from outside, because the bees are pollinating from the local supply, and that's where you get the local benefit.
Okay.
So if you're buying honey, go to a farm stand, go to a beekeeper, buy their stuff. It's going to be better for you. Don't be buying that $60 a jar Manuka honey. You know what Manuka honey is?
No idea.
Look it up during the break. It's a gigantic waste of money. We have so much to get to today. 855-839-1210. Dom is under the weather today because Typhoid Dan infected him on Friday. And I do make blanket statements like that all the time. And we have fun on the menu today. So don't go anywhere. As a matter of fact, join the conversation. 855-839-1210. It's the Dom Giordano Show with the non-infected Mike Opelka in on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth. Find healing and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning, now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com.
Join us for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event to witness documentation and learn how you can earn double-digit interest returns like many of our Crash Proof clients with none of the pitfalls of investing on the market.
Roseanne Fitzgerald, Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. With Crash Proof, we earn 20% interest, which is credited. What we've earned can never be taken away.
Marilyn Becker's, Malvern, Pennsylvania. The 13% and 20% returns we received this year gets added to the principal. There's no fees, and you can sleep at night. You can't get that on Wall Street.
Paul Wirtz. I'm from Philadelphia. I earned 24% this year. No matter what happens in the future this year or next year, I know that my principal is protected, my retirement is secure.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Have you thought about being part of the electrified era with a new all-electric vehicle? Whether you're looking for the new Honda Prologue or Acura ZDX, the award-winning Hyundai Ioniq 5, or the luxurious Genesis GV60, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group have you covered. Oh, we can't forget about the spacious Volkswagen ID4 or the thrilling Nissan Ariya. With available tax credits, complimentary charging options, and low finance rates, visit your local Piazza dealer now, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I see what you did. A little Tupelo honey there. Very nice. Very nice. Van Morrison, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what that is?
Yep, right on the money.
Yeah, Van Morrison. A lost appreciation for Van Morrison in so many places in music today. It is Opelka in for Dom Giordano. He is in sickbay today. Get well, my friend. I need you to get healthy in time for spring because we need to play golf again. I just came back from Florida, and you can't move 10 feet without seeing a golf course. It's crazy, and it's my happy place, other than radio. But I'm here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Have not been here in a while. I ran into our buddy, my brother Rich Zioli in D.C., and I was sitting next to Rich. I'm going to tell a little inside baseball story here. I was sitting next to Rich in the White House at this media thing. And they brought in a bunch of talk radio people. And there's some pretty big names in there. And we're all sitting there in a little U-shaped table. And then this was the day before, CPAC. The day before CPAC. And they brought in a bunch of cabinet secretaries and just kind of ran them through the table. And it was genius because you didn't have to get them over to the CPAC convention and through security. And you got coverage on a dozen stations easily, plus some were syndicated. And I showed up a little bit late because I actually did my show from a D.C. radio station, then had to hightail over to the White House and get in through White House security, which is no easy trick. And there's only one open seat in the media area. And Henry, I'm sure Zioli told this to you, right?
Yes, yeah. He got in my ear in between shows. He told me all about it.
Yeah. It was next to Rich. And they have the White House stationery right in front. It says White House, and then it's your name and your station. And my paper's right there, so it's torturing Rich. And every time a new guest came up to Rich, and he was introducing himself to them, and he was in a suit and tie and looking pretty darn snappy, I said to each one of them, because Rich would say, this is Mike Opelka. He's a colleague, and he's at this station in Florida and sometimes sits in for me. And I said, thank you. Nice to meet you. What do you think of Rich's new hair?
Well, I think...
I just said, what do you think of Rich's new hair? Like he had gotten a
new
tube.
Yeah.
Like a tube. Like he got plugs or a transplant or something. He was tired of that after about 2. Yeah, he was not happy with me. I especially did it with Caroline Levitt when she came by. What do you think of Rich's new hairdo? By the way, the press secretary gets gigantic props for something. Do you guys know if Dom or Rich are airing the MAGA Minute that comes out of the press secretary's office?
We've had it on our cut sheet before. We haven't gotten to it yet.
See, I think this is one of the smartest things that this administration has done. You have to, since you're still fighting against every single part of the mainstream media except really Fox, Newsmax, and maybe the New York Post, you're fighting against all of it. Talk radio is going to be there. But the rest of the mainstream media keeps hearing, yeah, Donald Trump is orange Hitler who's voted for Zelensky, and we have to give him more money. Elon Musk is just busy fathering children and firing park rangers and people that work at the weather department and people that are landing airplanes. So you got to stop this. That's all they're saying. So the good news isn't coming out. So they put together the MAGA Minute, and I really think the MAGA Media Minute is the best thing they've done. And I told the press secretary that, and she was kind of excited about that. So they are doing this each and every week. And if you're not paying attention, this is a good source of places to get stuff that you can tell to your liberal friends, or people that are like, well, I really don't think we're making any progress here. Really? Don't you?
It was another historic week at the White House. Let's break it all down in the MAGA Minute. President Trump showed the world what American strength looks like when he stood up for the American people to President Zelensky during their meeting in the Oval Office. Massive corporations announced new investments and jobs in the United States. Following President Trump's 10% tariff on China, Apple announced it will spend more than $500 billion and hire 20,000 American workers over the next 4 years. Pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly announced an investment of $27 billion to build 4 new manufacturing plants in the United States. On the border, the administration has officially deported more than 50,000 illegal immigrants from our country, a 627% increase in monthly arrests under Joe Biden. Mexico also extradited 29 vicious and violent cartel criminals to the United States to face their long-awaited justice. And the president signed an executive order to make the prices of medical services more transparent, unlocking huge healthcare savings opportunities for you, the American people. And lastly, we took a historic step towards restoring your trust in the mainstream media by saying the White House Correspondents Association is no longer going to decide who gets to go into the Oval Office and fly on Air Force One. New media is traveling with the president, covering this president. It was a great week, and we'll see you next time for the MAGA Minute.
See, I think this is dynamite. This is absolute gold, Jerry. It's gold, I tell you. We got to be doing this more often. Gold. I told her you should do it every Monday morning because so much happens on the weekend. They do it Fridays. They did get the Zelensky thing in there right at the top. They didn't put in, because they missed it. What was the one thing that happened over the weekend that we should talk about? Anyone raise their hand? Bueller? Anyone?
Don't ask me.
The executive order making English the official language of the country. That happened on Saturday. And see, that I think we should talk about that. I'll ask Guy about that. Guy Shiraki is joining us in just a few minutes. The president is speechifying tomorrow. It is not a State of the Union address. It is not repeating State of the Union address. It looks like a State of the Union address. It is a joint session of Congress, meaning the House and the Senate and a bunch of weasel friends like me, I'm trying to get in, will be there to witness it. And I feel like it should be a lot of things we just heard from the press secretary. It should be a list of what we've done so far and where we're going in the immediate future. And maybe a commitment on a date for the Epstein files, because that's kind of disappeared. Anybody seen that?
Yeah,
No.
what was with that? That's, what a tease.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy at all. We were promised, this goes back to a promise, and Donald Trump is all about campaign promises. So I'm anticipating we're probably going to hear something about that tomorrow night.
Fingers
that
crossed.
would be near the top of my list. You know what it feels like to me? Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are up against a deeper swamp than they anticipated. And you heard at the end of Dawn's show, the gentleman who talked about the 51 intelligence agents who were probably advising Zelensky to do that stunt last Friday. It's likely those people are working inside with people in the FBI to cover up, and the Southern District of New York, where all these files are located, to cover up a lot of this stuff. The fight is going to get tougher right now, and it's going to get uglier. But if I'm in a fight, there's nobody tougher than President Trump. And I will tell you, because I know him, yes, I call him a friend, Kash Patel is worthy of the battle. And he will get there. Just because you haven't heard anything in a couple of days doesn't mean he isn't doing something. That guy's a freaking warrior. All right, taking a break. When we get back, I want to ask Guy Shiraki about a new column he has out there. And I want to talk about tomorrow, because there is a word that the Democrats are thinking about boycotting tomorrow's speech by the president. Can you imagine? No, we don't like Orange Hitler, so we're going to stay home. It's Tuesday night. We're going to watch Will Trent. There's a new episode.
Okay.
Something stupid like that, I'm sure. So from Broad and Liberty, Guy Shiraki joins us next. It's Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MYENERGY when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MYENERGY at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MYENERGY, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
The cold air mass remains in place as we start off the work week. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy, still a high temperature well below average near 40. For tonight, becoming partly cloudy, low of around 30. And for Tuesday, more clouds and milder with a high back above average at 54.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is 12:36 on the Dom Giordano Show. Mike Opelka in for my buddy Dom. He's under the weather, and I'm honored to be here filling in for Dom. I'm also really flattered, honored that our buddy from BroadandLiberty.com, Guy Shiraki, is joining us. Guy, it's been too long. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for joining us, sir.
I'm glad I'm here, and as you're safe in your bunker in Wilmington, I'm safe in an undisclosed location in Paoli, also safe from germs and anything else running around the main line.
Yeah, the Borowski flu apparently it's really ripping through the region. So
hide the women and children. Hide the women and children, please.
Yeah, that's true. Mask up, people. Even though they don't do anything, they virtue signal. I hear Dan grousing around in the background. Dan, have we hit a nerve?
No, I'm just running in and out of the studio, and I hear you call me patient zero, so I just said hide your kids, hide your wife, you know.
That's it. Hide your kids, hide your wife.
But meanwhile, Guy, during the break, discovered that it was actually Henry that was patient zero,
Well,
because I got this from Henry. So you know what, Mike?
That's
maybe
up for
touch a little bit of
debate.
nerve with
That's
this
up
fake
for
news
debate.
that you're putting out there.
Wow, we need virus hunters in here to trace
Where's
this.
Dr. Fauci when we need him?
Did you eat bird flu tainted dead fowl somewhere? Is that what happened?
There was a goose that was on my front lawn.
Hope you didn't touch it. We had dead snow geese peppering the beach in lower Slower, Delaware. We had a huge kill of dead geese, and apparently the local fox were feasting on them.
Ooh.
And welcome to the Farm Report on the Dom Giordano Show.
How do you kill dead geese, though?
Well, they were dead. They dropped dead of. They were feasted upon by the fox. They found these dead geese, snow geese. We have thousands of snow geese, and they foul the water. All right.
Sorry about that.
Let's get back to the political subject matter.
There are countless people in South Philly and Port Richmond taking copious notes about snow geese because this might afflict them.
Well, you know, it's lower Slower Delaware. It's right across from Cape May. You could see them. I'm sure you can see them at Cape May. Rich's happy place. Guy, tomorrow is this speech, this address to the joint session of Congress by the president. And I'm hearing a bunch of Democrats just might sit this one out. They just might stay home tomorrow. Are you hearing anything along these lines?
I've heard it. I've heard rumblings about it. I've seen stuff on social media like you have. And look, I just don't get it. I mean, I think if there's one thing about the modern left, it's about arrogance and virtue signaling. But the arrogance, you know, in so many ways, but in this aspect, they make you believe that they're the first people that ever really cared about anything, and that they're the first people that ever really thought they were right. And because they care and because they're right, they just can't be around anyone who isn't. They can't imagine that there were ever deeply held feelings on both sides during the Revolutionary War, during the Depression, during the Vietnam War, during the Watergate, times, during, any other time in history that Americans were never divided and no one ever thought, so they think they're right. And therefore, the rules don't apply. And in fact, part of being on the left is that you like to say the rules don't apply because the rules and the customs were created by bad people. Look, and I think most Americans, regardless of party, just throw up their hands and turn away because they say, I just want normalcy. I understand Democrats and Republicans fight, but I just want normalcy. And if you folks can't even sit in the same room together and have a speech together or have a dialogue, I'm not interested. And I think it's beginning to dawn on the majority of Americans that while the Republicans are far from perfect and while conservatives are not always right, it's the left that picks up and leaves meetings and shuts down speech and does all this virtue signaling. So, look, I hope they show up. They don't have to applaud. I hope that they don't tear up the president's speech like Nancy Pelosi did. But look, we're all just crying out. We want these problems solved, but we just want normalcy. We're done with the theater. We have real problems. No more theater. Solve the problems.
Well, you have this piece on Broad and Liberty entitled "Thank You, Democrats," and are you thanking them for being temper tantrum riddled children?
Well, I thank them in this sense. You know, I did a similar theme back when the Bucks County Commissioners, when Diane Marseglia, as the chair of the Bucks County Commissioners during the infamous recount that they dragged out forever, where she told the audience there and those folks watching live on their public access channel, I know what the law is, but I'm tired of following it, and I'm going to do what I want and let the courts figure it out. And I wrote a column then and said, thank you, Diane, because you've now said out loud the quiet part, which is you don't care about the rules. So I say tongue-in-cheek thank you, because a lot of us for the last several years have said there's more at play here than just COVID and the lockdowns. There's more at play here than just the border being open. There's more at play here than the Ukrainian war. There's more at play here than just energy independence. There are bigger, deeper issues. And to me, when you watch the temper tantrums, the daily screaming, not only is it exhausting, not only does it become white noise, but in the case of the Democrats, it shows you what they really care about. They don't get up in arms and hold protests when we learn through the national report card that public education scores are at an all-time low. There's no protest, there's no rally, there's no screaming. As John Fetterman said, a Pittsburgh worth of illegal immigrants are coming over the border every month. There's no protest, there's no screaming. When we learn that there are people 207 years old getting Social Security checks, there's no protest, there's no screaming. When do we get the protest and screaming? We get the protest and screaming when you try to stop paying fake 207-year-olds. You get the protest when we try to close the border. You get the protest when you try to get spending under control. You get protests when you try to remove 18-year-old boys from spiking balls in the face of 18-year-old girls and then wanting to shower in the locker room with them afterwards. Those are the things that get modern Democrats all excited, and that's when they go to the microphones and scream. That's when they have rallies, and that's when they go to court. So tongue-in-cheek, I say thank you, because for those of us that said there are really big issues at play and the Democrats have very different values, they've spent the last 35 days showing us that. It's now crystal clear to anyone paying attention who isn't deeply ideological. We know what the Democrats care about. They are adamantly in favor of keeping the status quo and adamantly in favor of undermining everything we believe in. So let's now have the debate. Let's see who wants to solve problems and who doesn't. Let's see who wants to seal the border and who doesn't. Let's see who wants to stop wasteful spending and doesn't. We're learning. You and I and others, we don't have to explain what the Democrats are for. The Democrats have shown us. So I say, tongue-in-cheek, thank you. You've now made the terms of the debate crystal clear.
Yeah, and I think you're spot on. Guy Shiraki from Broad and Liberty talking with us here on the Dom Giordano Show. Mike Opelka in for Dom. There is a piece, Guy, that would almost make you think, this piece is on Politico today, that almost make you think that maybe the Democrats are kind of reading stuff like you put out, and they're starting to say, hold on a second here, we might be playing this wrong. The centrist group of Democrats that has suddenly started percolating up appear to be pushing the AOCs and the Jasmine Crockett's off to the side and saying that we got to focus on things other than bathrooms and showers and guys in women's sports, and maybe focus on real issues here, because the border, now you're hearing Hakeem Jeffries kind of take credit for Democrats wanting to close the border after it's closed. And it really is closed now. If you look at the numbers, it's down easily 93 to 94% in terms of traffic. that it was happening in the month of February of the last 3 years. So Democrats are trying to take credit for this, and they seem to be dropping identity politics and purity tests. And if that's the case, then maybe they're waking up, or do they hear the clock ticking that the midterms are pretty close, actually?
Yeah, look, I think you're spot on. Look, as an American, that's the debate I hope the Democratic Party has, as to what is its path forward. How do they participate in the debate? How do we secure our border? What should our relationship with NATO really be like? What would energy independence look like? What can we do to the economy to allow a private sector, not public sector jobs, but private sector jobs grow? How do we rescue kids trapped in really bad schools? How do we empower parents? Reasonable people can disagree on the answer, but we haven't even been debating those things. We've been debating all the things, or they've been debating and screaming and yelling and going to court and howling and holding press conferences about the litany of the things that you said. I use as a benchmark, when I was chief of staff to the lieutenant governor a decade ago, the debate around natural gas in Pennsylvania, when we realized that we had more energy than Saudi Arabia under our feet in Pennsylvania alone, not counting West Virginia and Ohio. The debate in Pennsylvania a decade ago was what should be the tax rate on the gas coming out of the ground. And hard left Democrats want bigger tax. And Republicans wanted no tax. That was the debate. Everybody, in fact, my Democratic state senator at the time said on the floor of the Senate, look, everybody knows this energy has to come out of the ground. It's in our interest. There is almost no Democrat in Pennsylvania or in America that believes that anymore.
Wow.
If we want to debate how much energy to get out and how to tax it or how to maximize its effectiveness, let's have a Democrat and Republican discussion and find out compromise. But when one party wants to get the energy out of the ground to lower inflation and protect our national security, and the other side screams ban fossil fuels, you can't have a debate. So as an American, I hope the Democratic Party listens to those folks, but not just listens to them like they put on a costume. I mean, I don't want them to all go buy trucker hats because they think it's cool, right? I want them to embrace that and feel comfortable with that and let's move the debate back to the 50-yard line and debate those things and stop debating this insanity where we're fighting about stuff that 10 years ago, forget Republican, no Democrat would have said those things. 10 years ago, no Democrat would have said 17-year-old boys should be able to run track against 17-year-old girls and then go in the locker and shower with them. 10 years ago, no Democrat would have said ban fossil fuels, let the Chinese and the Russian determine our quality of life. 10 years ago, Barack Obama and Bill Clinton talked about securing the border. They talked about cutting waste out of government and being responsible to taxpayers. Where did that Democratic Party go? It was captured by crazy people, which is why President Trump now leads a party that for the first time since Ronald Reagan, most people identify as Republicans and Democrats, because everyday folks who care about crime, safety, and their kids can't imagine what the modern Democratic Party is even talking about. So as an American, I hope they find their way, because then we can really work on solving problems, and problems we talk about at our kitchen table. That's what we need.
I hope they find their way, but not until after the midterms, Guy. That's just me. I would like to see the House majority increase a little bit. That's just me. I'm a little greedy. Guy Shiraki from Broad and Liberty, a place you should go and a guy you should read and follow on social media always. Thanks for being there, my friend. Always appreciate you.
I appreciate it as well. This debate is real, and I hope folks follow me. But most of all, I hope we stay engaged. As many of us said, the election in November was the beginning, not the end. The election in November was the beginning. The heavy lifting is now, and we've got to make sure that we fundamentally fix all this stuff that's off its axis. So thanks for letting me talk about it, and let's roll up our sleeves and get the work done.
That's true. Thank you. We got the job. We got the job offer. Now we actually have to do the work. Well said, Guy Shiraki. You agree, disagree, just want to join the conversation? 855-839-1210 is the number. It's Opelka in for Dom on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rich Zeoli
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need, and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not, in the United States of America, be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit KitchenMagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit KitchenMagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
It is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the Dom Giordano Show, and Mike Opelka, that's me, sitting in for my friend Dom Giordano, and just so honored to be here and back, because I used to do a Saturday night show on this here radio station for 6+ years, and then I drifted off to do a morning show in Florida, but I'm back whenever you guys need me, if I could be here. So I've been in for Zioli, and I'm now in for Dom, and always honored when Greg Stocker says, "Hey, can you?" And I say, "Yeah." Yeah, I did not watch the Oscars last night. Henry, did you?
I popped in to see what was going on, then
Really?
popped out. But yeah, not like actually sit down and watch it now.
So you didn't watch the red carpet and say, "Who are you wearing?"
No.
My goodness, what is that outfit? How fabulous is that?
No, I had bigger fish to fry.
Good. I didn't watch it either. I know what you're saying, but Mike, your wife, she was part of that machine. Yes, she used to vote for best screenwriting.
Ooh.
She's part of, yeah.
That's part of the guild.
Yeah, she is a Writers Guild member. So, and we used to get like piles of DVDs before they sent everything, streamed everything. It's starting in September, for your consideration. No more. And I used to go to the Emmys with her, and she's got that award. She's got the Writers Guild Award, but never to the Oscars. And I really think it's such a puff thing but it's just become so one-sided. And they did find time. There were not a whole lot of anti-Trump statements this year, but there was one from Conan O'Brien.
That's great news. 2 wins already. I guess Americans are excited to see somebody finally stand up to a powerful Russian.
Oh, snappy there, Mr. Conan. They're talking about the movie that won. What is it?
Nora? Yeah, Nora.
Yeah, it's a movie about a stripper that falls in love with a Russian oligarch's son, or a Russian oligarch's son who fell in love with a stripper, and the family tries to break it up because they're not happy about it. It's not exactly Romeo and Juliet. But I thought the big news last night came when Macaulay Culkin's brother, Kieran Culkin.
Yeah.
And I remember Macaulay. I didn't know Kieran Culkin. Did you know this guy? Were you aware of this guy?
Big time. I'm a huge Succession fan, and he's a big part of that show.
That's a TV show, I'm assuming.
Yes.
I've never seen it.
Oh, Mike, you got to watch. It's like Game of Thrones for the corporate world.
Another show I didn't watch, Game of Thrones.
Jeez.
I watch a lot of crime.
I hear you. I watch a lot of movies. I tend to not watch shows too much anymore.
If it's not Jeopardy, where we have a blood tournament in our house every day, we watch On Patrol, where they're live in the police cars, so you actually see real crime
Yeah, we had
happening.
Dan Abrams on last week talking about it, yeah.
He has got to be cashing some big checks.
Totally.
Good for Dan. But there was a pro-family, pro-life, pro-baby message last night in the Oscars. And I know what you're thinking. Did you time travel back to 1950? No. This happened last night. And I'm out of time this hour, so we're going to have to come back and play it.
What a tease.
I know. How about that? I'm a radio pro. Did I mention I'm a professional broadcaster? Anyway, we'll do that. Plus, more on the Zelensky thing. Some things I don't think the mainstream media is reporting. And your calls, 855-839-1210. It's Opelka in for Dom on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com, Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, you laugh, you tear it up.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Philly sports put to music at the Keswick Theater on Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Welcome to March. When Dom left here last, it was February, and now it's March 3rd. In fact, Opelka, that's me, Mike Opelka, in for my pal Dom Giordano. He's a little under the weather. I'm hoping he'll get back to it soon. He's a pretty healthy guy, and all that rescue product stuff, he's probably mainlining it right now. Should I say mainlining? That's probably a drug reference. He's probably got an IV of the rescue products, getting back to normal.
Mainlining around here could just mean something, you're doing something that someone on the who lives in the main line would do.
That's true. But I wonder if you're on drugs on the main line, are you mainlining on the main line?
That would be an apt description. Yeah, I'd say that fits. That works.
I wonder if that's ever happened. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Sorry, people. We've descended into madness a minute into the second hour of the show. Anyway, we have a lot to get to. I want to talk more in terms of a deep dive on some of the aftermath of last Friday's White House meltdown, where the White House didn't melt down. I think Zelensky did, and Trump gave him the "you fired" and asked him to leave. And then he went over to Fox News and talked to Brett Baer. And I think this may mirror a scene out of Seinfeld. Do you guys do a lot of Seinfeld references, Henry?
Yeah, all the time.
Are you remembering the one where Jerry advised George to go back to the office?
Like it never happened?
Yes. Do you have that handy?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Okay. Because we might need that. And then last night was the Oscars, which I didn't watch, and mostly because I don't know any of these movies. Last year I went to see Reagan in the theater. That's the movie I went and saw. I don't go to the movies that much. I certainly wasn't going to go see the Wicked movie or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah. I know it's a good movie, and I'd probably like it if I saw it, but yeah, I wasn't going to go sit down and watch it.
No, not seeing it. And there's too much freaky stuff, especially when I'm seeing the stars. Was it Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo? Is that her name?
Yes, correct.
When you see the pictures of them from 2018 and then you see the pictures of them now, someone get them a sandwich right now. That can't be healthy, what we are allowing these young women to do to their bodies. And then Erivo is going to play Jesus in Jesus Christ Superstar out in Hollywood, and a live Hollywood Bowl thing. Stop. Just stop. This is why we hate you, Hollywood, because you do dumb stuff like this. But if you're for the health of the women, somebody help these two women. They're skin and bones. You look at the neck on that Cynthia Erivo. I'm worried. When we were kids, we used to have the transparent man where you could see all the veins and stuff. I think I could count the bones and the veins and the arteries on this lady and all the muscle, right?
They are a little thin to say.
No, it's sickeningly thin. You got to have a little, push into the cushion. I think that's the appropriate clinical statement. Anyway, they didn't win. I think they won for best staging and makeup, so they didn't win. And the one movie with the trans star didn't win, but it's only because they canceled the trans star because she posted something nasty about George Floyd years ago. So they all went, "Oh, we have to cancel that. That can't happen." And it made me happy when I read the results. Didn't watch the show, didn't watch the red carpet, but I did go to the internet and say, okay, what happened on the Oscars last night? And we played you the Conan O'Brien kind of dig at President Trump. And then Daryl Hannah, who used to be kind of a thing, she was in a movie called Splash. Back in the 80s. Back before Henry was born. Did you ever see Splash, Henry?
I've never even heard of it.
Never heard of Splash?
No.
Oh, my God. Mermaid almost becomes human because she finds love, et cetera, et cetera. You got to look up Splash. John Candy is brilliant.
That's not The Little Mermaid?
No, this is this is a real mermaid. And Daryl Hannah was the star. And I think it's Tom Hanks, too, actually. Can you pull it up on the IMDb's?
Doing it right now.
I believe it's like 83, 85, something like that. 84. I was right in there.
Right in the money.
Is it Tom Hanks?
It is Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks,
Daryl Hannah, Eugene Levy, John Candy.
John Candy was excellent. Eugene Levy, his eyebrows make an appearance. But that's the last time I think Daryl Hannah has done anything that rippled through the popular culture. And she comes out and is introduced to present something. I'm not sure what. And she says, something Ukraine. What is it? Slava Ukraine. And they were, yeah, great, okay, yes. Virtue signaling. And that was about it. So I'm happy that they didn't go overboard on this. But what I'm happier about is that last night's Oscar just absolutely surprised me with a heartwarming pro-family, pro-parenthood, pro-marriage statement. And it came from Macaulay Culkin's brother, Kieran Culkin. And for those of you who are in my era, Macaulay Culkin, Home Alone, the kid made $1 bazillion for a couple of movies and then kind of disappeared. And I don't know what he's doing now. But his brother, well, hopefully he is. His brother is doing very well, as Henry's telling me. He's apparently a very accomplished actor.
Yeah, I'd say he's had a bit of a late career renaissance because he was a kid actor like his brother, but obviously not to the same level. Now, as an adult, it seems like he's getting all the success that Macaulay once had in the 90s.
I think Macaulay had like 2 movies after Home Alone, not counting the sequel, right? Because there was a sequel, right?
There was a sequel, Lost in New York.
Oh, Trump was in that one.
Yeah, it's a banger of a movie. It's awesome.
That's right. Donald Trump in the plaza gives the kid directions. And I think the left wanted that cut out of the movie during the campaign. You can't have that. It's a campaign contribution. You have to take that out. Shut up. Stop it. Anyway, Culkin's brother, having this success, it gets a Best Supporting Actor nod, and he wins. And I don't even care about the movie he won it for. I have no concern about this movie. All I care about is that this happened on TV, on network television, and all the Oscar people had to watch it.
This is, I have to thank my wife, Jess, for absolutely everything, for giving my favorite people in the world. This is, please don't play the music because I want to tell a really quick story about Jess.
So here's a guy saying, I have to thank my wife and I want to tell a story about her. So do not play me off. How dare you? And they didn't. And the story is amazing.
About a year ago, I was on a stage like this, and I very stupidly publicly said that I want a third kid from her because she said if I won the award, she would give me the kid. It turns out she said that because she didn't think I was going to win. But and people came up to her and were like, really annoying her. I think it got to her. But anyway, after the show, we're walking through a parking lot. She's holding Emily. We're trying to find our car. Emily, you were there, so you're a witness. And she goes, "Oh God, I did say that. I guess I owe you a third kid." And I turned to her and I said, "Really, I want 4. And she turned to me, I swear to God this happened, it was just over a year ago. She said, "I will give you 4 when you win an Oscar." I held my hand out, she shook it, and I have not brought it up once until just now. You remember that, honey? You do? Okay. Then I just have this to say to you, Jazz. Love of my life, ye of little faith. No pressure. I love you. I'm really sorry I did this again. And let's get cracking on those kids. What do you say?
Amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, that's awesome.
That happened in 2025 in Hollywood to an Oscar winner from a movie. I don't even care what the movie was. He won the Oscar and then said, "I want to have more babies with you." Unbelievable and just amazing and wonderful and great. And I will probably look up this movie and consider supporting it with my hard-earned
A Real
dollars.
Pain is the movie.
What is it called?
A Real Pain.
And do we have any idea what it's about?
Essentially, it's about 2 brothers, or cousins, excuse me. They go over to Poland to honor their grandmother, and they kind of have a, I don't want to say coming of age, but they have a type of movie like that.
An adventure.
An adventure, you could say, yeah.
All right. Sounds like a movie that I probably would have said, I ain't watching this. But now that happened and he got the award, I feel like he deserves support from the conservative community. And his politics are not showing. I don't know anything about Kieran Culkin's politics because he's not wearing them on a sleeve. The other part of the Oscars that always gets a lot of attention, and usually in kind of a negative fashion, if you're nominated for an Oscar, it's supposed to help your credibility in Hollywood. You get a nomination for anything, screenwriting, makeup, whatever. It's supposed to make your number bigger when you're going to get a job next. Or people can say, well, you heard who we got on the costume design. They won the Oscar. Well, just being nominated earns you a goodie bag from all the people that want to get in the heads of all these big-time Hollywood folks. There's no official gift bag anymore. You know, it used to be you would show up a couple days beforehand and you would walk to a room where they had just all of this stuff. Like there'd be a Rolex watch or there'd be a certificate for a spa day. And you used to go in and you just pick the ones you want, or there'd be the latest, like the Netflix or the Facebook glasses, the Meta glasses.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Everybody probably got those too.
I was thinking like an iPod or something. I was going way back.
Well, way back they did, but there are like 60 items in the opportunity room that are worth under $1,000. So like snacks, skincare. Even a little chair for your purse, wellness products, all stuff like it all adds up to over $270,000. $217,000 in stuff if you took everything. But here's the rub: you have to claim it on your income tax.
Yeah.
So people are, they used to walk in, pick up the bag, which had all the goodies in it, all the certificates, and then they would go back to their office and they hand it out to all the help. So your secretary, your assistant, whatever, they'd all get the coupons. until somebody said to the IRS, hey, all these celebrities are getting all this free crap, and it's worth a lot of money. And if somebody gave you a car, if you want a car on Wheel of Fortune, you have to pay taxes on the car. Remember when Oprah said, you get a car, you get a car, you get a car? Almost none of those people kept the car because you got to pay tax on it right away. So the IRS started taxing the goodie bags. So the one that I would give you, Henry, is there was a $25,000 live show from Dr. Carl Christman. Do you know who he is?
No idea.
He is the mentalist to the stars. And he would come and do a show at your house, like for your birthday party.
Oh, man, that'd be hilarious.
So if I had given that to you and you invited him to your house, you'd have to claim $25,000 on your income taxes.
Ugh. Yeah,
But
thanks
they
for
also-
the gift, Mike.
There also is $25,000 in liposuction of your arms and legs.
Ooh, I don't need that yet.
No, but there are people who do. And there are people in Hollywood. So all of the stuff that's in the goodie bag. But I would give you the $25,000 certificate to Dr. Carl Christman.
Yeah, I'm just thinking now, like, of people talking like, oh, man, what'd you get in the opportunity room? And, talking about, oh, I got an iPod, I got a nice watch. It's like, yeah, I got the lipo surgery.
What did you pick up? Or worse, what if somebody comes up and goes, psst, Mike, they're giving away arm lipo and leg lipo surgery in the goodie room. I figured you could use it.
Yeah.
No.
Real
no,
discreetly, like, slides it to you across the table. Like,
yeah, I
"That's
just
for you,
turned the
pal."
certificate over and slide it across the table. All right, that's my little Oscar wrap up. By the way, Honora was the least seen, lowest box office Best Picture winner in the history of the Oscars.
Wow.
So, does anybody care? Will anybody go see it?
I'll go see it. I mean, I know why those tend to perform. I mean, that A24, movie studio, they tend to produce these small budget movies, don't have maybe the marketing that they'd like. So that's understandable to see why that movie didn't pull in the box office, but they always put out really good, detailed movies.
It's not because the market for stories about hookers falling in love with this child of a Russian oligarch is so saturated.
Do we have many of those out there?
I don't know. I think one is enough. I guess. I guarantee you there'll be more after this, now that this one's one. Because, they copy. They all copy each other. All right, I have to take a break. When we come back, some of the sidebar stories to the Zelensky story that you're not hearing about. And I need your opinion. Donald Trump signed an executive order on Saturday. He never stops working. Signed an executive order making English the official language of the United States of America. Good idea or a bad idea? What say you? 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. English as the official language of the United States of America. Good idea, bad idea? And prepare to defend your opinion. It's Opelka in for Giordano on the Dom Giordano Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
SEPTA is launching its first buses with armored compartments for the operators.
Are we at the point now where the SEPTA driver is going to have to be in like an incubated bulletproof chamber, so to speak?
Yes.
They're doing you, the schlub who can't afford a car, a service, and their lives have to be in jeopardy. They're like Doritos at a convenience store on the West Coast where we have to now put them in a locked glass case because people want to steal.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, You can watch our great shows anytime. Go to NewsMaxPlus.com and start your free trial. That's NewsMaxPlus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The first measles case in Pennsylvania this year, health officials confirm it's an unvaccinated child in Montgomery County. The SS United States has done its journey down south and arriving in Mobile, Alabama. And Nora is the biggest winner at the Oscars, securing 5 awards, including Best Picture.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is 1:21 on March 3rd. It's a Monday. A beautiful sunny Monday. And it doesn't feel like it's cold out today. I appreciate it. It's Opelka in for Giordano on the Dom Giordano program. Dom, a little under the weather. He's in sick bay. I hope he's back tomorrow. He usually bounces back pretty quickly. The guy is tough as nails. So I anticipate he'll be back. I'm monitoring all these statistics coming in, and they say that 3/4 of Democrats are not happy with the Democrats' response to Donald Trump. Now, I'm wondering, in this CNN polling data they're talking about, do they mean the stupid protest out in front of the buildings? Is that what they mean? Because I think most of the country feels that those protests are stupid. And do they mean the AstroTurf protests are stupid? Because I think most of the country thinks paying people to show up to Republican town halls, that's stupid. I'm just saying. Just throwing that out there. I mentioned before the break that President Trump signed an executive order on Sunday which makes English the official language of the United States of America. And wondering how you feel about that. And this kind of overturns what President Clinton started when he said, we have to make accommodations for people that don't speak English. We have to do something. And, of course, the government has to put up the money to make accommodations for people here who don't speak English. And my question would have been, why? Why is that necessary? So I'm wondering where you are on this. Where do you stand on this? Do you think it's a good idea or a bad idea? 855-839-1210 is the number, 855-839-1210. I will relate to you a story from my days in New York City, 20-plus years in Midtown Manhattan. And the DMV, what a pleasure. What a joy it is to go to the DMV in Manhattan. Of course, all of the signs are written in English on the roads, But if you wanted a driver's license, you could get the test in more than 35 languages. The written test was available, thanks to what Bill Clinton did, in 35, almost said a bad word, languages. All the signs written in English. You're driving 70 miles an hour. I know the speed limit's not 70 miles an hour, but you're driving 75 miles an hour so you don't get the finger from somebody passing you. And the signs are all written in English, and the person next to you doesn't speak English, doesn't read English, but they're trying to translate that sign as they're traveling 70 miles an hour in a 6,000-pound vehicle. It's a bad idea. So that's my obvious point. But
Can
the
I push
other
back on that?
Sorry?
Can I push back on that a little
sure.
bit?
Yeah.
I mean, aren't the signs, I don't know, meant to be, I don't know, they're displayed in a way that you don't really need to know what the words on them say? Like, yield is a white triangle with a red outline, and stop sign's a red octagon with a white outline?
I'm talking about the green signs with the white exit.
You're talking about, like, where you're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, like where you're getting off. Again, couldn't you just have the GPS tell you? Like all us Gen Z people do?
Does everyone have a GPS?
I would assume so, yeah.
And what happens when we assume, Henry?
What happens?
You make an ass out of you and me.
No.
Yes. Yes, I went there. Yeah, the reality is, look, not everybody's got the same technology. If you've got a minivan with 11 people in it, and you're driving somewhere, and you don't speak the language, if you watch it, I watched this, you had Dan Abrams on the show last week, right?
Yes.
And he has the show On Patrol Live. And they're in like 8 cities. They have live cameras in the cop cars. They're stopping drivers every single day, sometimes several times a day, and they don't have driver's license. They don't speak English. And the cops now have an app that allows them to say something and push whatever language, and it repeats it to the person in that language. So that technology exists. But if you're driving in the car, the signs aren't speaking to you. I think it's a horrible idea to allow people, and I'll go back to Barack Obama used to say, come here legally, get in line, learn the language, become a citizen. So what's wrong with this? They're going to demonize Trump on this one. But I think this is a good one. 855-839-1210. Weigh in on this while we visit with the one and only Earl of Tacony. Hello, Earl. Long time no chat. Earl, did we lose you?
We lost him. I'll get him back on here.
Apparently, Earl is working on a new song for Tom Homan.
Just for you.
Well, Tom Homan, Zioli interviewed Homan, did he not?
He may have. I don't know. That's not my
when
world
we were in
anymore.
D.C. I know I did. And I was tempted. I'll try it out on you, Henry. I want to give him a new nickname. I want to call him Homan the Barbarian. Good, or is it mean? Because I think he's a tough guy. He certainly comes off as a tough guy, a very tough man. So Homan the Barbarian would be my choice. But he is certainly doing a good job. In case you missed it, we have audio of Zelensky trying to get a message to Trump. This apparently broke just about 20 minutes ago. Volodymyr Zelensky speaking to Donald Trump.
I don't want to talk to you no more, you empty-headed animal food trough whopper. I fart in your general direction. Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberries.
I'm not sure that's the way to rebuild the bridge. I'm just saying, Mr. Zelensky, if this is how you want to rebuild the bridge with Donald Trump and the Americans and have a shot at the gravy train continuing running, perhaps that's not the way to do this. It just is not going to turn out well for you. Did we get Earl back before the break?
Yes.
All right. Earl is back. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Earl of Tacony. Hello, Earl.
Yes, Mike. Good to talk to you again. Even though I've been writing songs since 1981, you are my musical mentor, and I do owe Dom and Dan my recording career. But every time I talk to you, I usually have a song. And lately I've noticed on TV they've been running John Denver's Take Me Home Country Roads and commercials and things like that. And I was inspired to write a song about Tom Homan from Homeland Security, if you're interested.
I am. I love when Earl calls because my brain starts going, okay, where's he going? Where's he going? Where's he going? And he's doing Take Me Home Country Roads, and it's Tom Homan. I'm not going to steal your thunder, Earl. Give me what you got.
I got 48 seconds and 120 seconds. What do you want?
48 seconds always.
48 seconds. All right. Illegal aliens all around me. How'd they get here? Cross Rio Grande River. Seek asylum. That's usually just a lie. How do we deport them? Depend on just one guy. Send them home. Thomas Homan to the place they came from. ICE detention. Deportation. Send them home. Thomas Homan. I see the Democrats, they stand there and they're crying. You can't break up families, send some members far away. You know, it is their own fault because they should have started self-deporting yesterday. And the chorus.
I like this. I like it. My only gripe, and you know this, Earl, because it's the one thing that I grouse about in parodies, shoehorning. But Homan, it's a tough word to get in there. It's a really tough
one. There's no rhyme for it.
Well, maybe you don't need it. Send them home, border czar. Send them home. Maybe. I'm throwing it out there, but send him home, border czar. Because he is the border czar. I asked him, how do you want to be introduced? He said, call me the border czar. All right, you're the border czar. Please don't kill me. I like it. I think there's a whole lot there, Earl. Very inspiring. Very good. I give you very good on that. Thank you, sir. I got to take a break. There's an update on the weird Gene Hackman story, which I'm sure you guys talked about last week. And we'll go back to the phones on the English as an, I almost said English as an official language. Henry, have you visited the website Engrish.com?
Can't say that I have now.
ENGRISH. Look at it during the break. We'll talk. We'll get Greg in the Northeast on the phone when we come back. 855-839-1210. It's Opelka in for Dom on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The Philly Boat Show is back, March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center at Oaks. Shop and compare 20 dealers from 4 states. Get low boat show only prices. See saltwater fishing boats, pontoons, ski boats, jet boats, bass boats, and more. Philly Boat Show March 14th through 16th. Expo Center at Oaks. Details at phillyboatshow.com. That's phillyboatshow.com.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
The cold air mass remains in place as we start off the work week. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy, still a high temperature well below average near 40. For tonight, becoming partly cloudy, low around 30. And for Tuesday, more clouds and milder with a high back above average at 54.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, yeah.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home.
John Denver, the late John Denver, and the hit, I guess it's associated with a lot of tourism ads for West Virginia. Henry, have you ever been to West Virginia?
I have. I visited the college town of Morgantown, home to West Virginia University, a few years back.
And the Mountaineers.
Yep.
Wow, very good. It is the Dom Giordano show. He is out sick today. Mike Opelka in from our buddy Dom on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We played that because the Earl of Tykone just delivered a beautiful parody about Send 'em Home, Border Czar, Send 'em Home, which I think is going to be refined. He usually works on these. He hammers on them like he's tempering a sword, and every hit with the hammer strengthens it. So there may be a repeat of that in the very near future. While you were in West Virginia viewing the, were you considering going to school there?
No, I was visiting a friend. He was doing a graduate year, and me and some other friends went and visited him.
I was going to say, because you're a fancy guy.
I wouldn't say that.
You're
no.
a fancy school guy.
I am
You're one of them Ivory League people.
Yeah, you call the PSAC the Ivory League? Yeah, no.
I do.
The Pennsylvania schools?
No. But West Virginia, you should go just because they have a museum for Don Knotts.
And you're waiting. This is the point in the show where I asked, Mike, who's Don Knotts?
No, you have to know who Don Knotts is.
No idea.
No idea.
No.
Honest to God.
Hand up. Hand to God, no idea.
Get your IMDb out and put in Don Knotts, Knotts.
On it.
Don Knotts, perhaps one of the greatest American actors to never get an Academy Award nomination. I don't even think he got an Emmy Award nomination. While you look that up, I want to talk to Greg in the Northeast about this move by Donald Trump to make English the official language. Greg, how do you feel about this? And welcome.
Hello, Mike. Hello, Big Henry. It's about, we'll say, 60 years late, anyway. But it's certainly going to be overturned. I think it's a good idea, but it's going to be overturned because it's an executive order. It's going to be overturned by the next Democrat that comes in, without question. You know what I mean? The Republicans, it'll probably, if the Republican wins in 4 years, it'll be pro-Trump guy, so it'll stay, it'll make it through. But next Democrat shuts it out, and then that'll be the end of it. It hasn't been one in 250 years. I don't think it's ever going to change. I like the idea because we should have a language, and most of the people here are speak English, and we should learn to do it. No one's saying you can't speak another language of your origin, but you should be speaking the language that is, that should be the official language, which is now. I think it's a good idea, but I don't think it's going to last, Mike.
Well, that is the trouble with executive orders. Unless they are codified by law, by a bill, then they eventually die or get overturned by a court or replaced by the next guy. And therein lies the danger here, that this will be for naught. But if there is a law that makes English the official language, the language of the business world is English. The world does business in English. So why wouldn't we make it our official language? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So that's one of those things that I'm hoping happens. And when I agree with you, though. I think they're going to see a big fight on this one.
Well, and here's the thing, too, Mike. Donald Trump proposed it and put it through and signed it. So no matter what it is, he could be giving out dollar bills every day to everybody. They would not go along because it's Donald Trump. It's Mean Man Orange. So no matter what he does, he's always going to be not just trying to stop. They're going to try to slam it shut. They're not going to just close the door. They're going to bolt it down, and that's a disgrace. But
yeah,
that's where I stand on it. But one thing, let me say one thing. I cannot hear now a John Denver song without thinking about his twin and someone who stole his identity and stole his wardrobe, and that's Randy Weingarten. You pull them up. I'm not kidding you. I don't know how I saw it. One day I was looking, I'm like, no wonder you don't see John Denver and Randy Weingarten in the same place. They're now the same person. She stole everything about him. Yes.
Greg, first of all, John Denver's been dead for like 25 years.
I know that. I'm only kidding. I know that. Wasn't he a plane crash? Wasn't he built his own plane?
He was flying an experimental plane that he owned and crashed it. And I always looked at John Denver, and he looked like the kid from 8 is Enough grown up. The little one with the hair. Nicholas, I think was his name, the little tiny one.
Right, with the bob. Well, you'll see, he's got the Randy Weingarten haircut. Pull it up, you will laugh. And John Denver his personality, supposedly, I read an article about him. He was a wild man. He was not what you looked like with his round glasses and his guitar and his violin and everything. You would think he was like this country bumpkin and this soft-spoken man. He was kind of a wild man. The article made it out to be. He was like a very likable character every which way. So
yeah, I think. Sorry, I will pull it up per your orders.
I'm telling you, and it's almost season, Mike. It's almost golf season.
It's never not been golf season. The only thing that's kept me off the golf course here in the area is snow. If it's cold, I don't care. We teed off and it was 32 degrees once, not too long ago. So I don't care. I'm not Nick Cale. I'm not the weak sister, Nick Cale.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring that up. He's a sissy. Nick's a sissy. We all know it.
I didn't say that. I just think he's thin. He just doesn't have the cold weather fortitude.
It's the Tennessee in him.
We played yesterday, and we beat the wind for about the first 7 or 8 holes, and then as it went on, we got to like 8 and 9. The wind kicked up. By the time we got to 15, 16, and 17, it was a 30-mile-an-hour gust. You were hitting a 5-wood when you would normally hit a 6-iron. But it was still good to be out there. No one's not complaining. It was still felt good to be hitting the ball.
That's it, Greg. And you know what they say, when it's breezy, swing easy, lad. That's what you do.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Well,
Talk to you later,
you.
Mike.
Thank you, brother. Wow. I love people that are stalwart souls and will be all in for the cold weather golf. Well done, Gregory. I'm envious of it. I was traveling yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been out. It's going to be 57 tomorrow.
Yes.
57 tomorrow, 57 Wednesday. There might be some rain, and 54 on Thursday. So, yes, this is golf weather. Those of you who know, you know. But get outside. You don't get the free vitamin D for another month. I know Greg Stocker's always talking, it's the free vitamin D. No, that doesn't come out for another month. We don't get that.
Yeah, this is just like a tease almost.
Well, we got to wait for the planetary shift. You know, I think the sun has to be at a certain angle for the vitamin D in our part of the region to be effective for us. The free vitamin D, that is. A couple other things I want to make sure we get to today. I didn't get knee deep yet into the rest of the Zelensky stuff, but there are some things I want to share with you. Also, I got a note from the White House today. I'm not name dropping, but when Rich and I were in the White House 10 days ago, one of the advisors said, "Hey, we like you guys. We'll keep sending you updates the minute they happen." There was a huge bit of breaking news. The left is screaming about President Trump's tariffs. There's a huge bit of breaking news happened before 4 o'clock this morning. And it's because Donald Trump threatened tariffs. I'll share it with you just around the corner. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Cale, and this month, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight salutes Gil Balanzat, United States Marine Corps veteran. Be here this Wednesday morning, March 5th, as Cale and company shine a spotlight on this outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to service. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Oh, mornings. Some people love them.
Okay, you have everything for your math test, and Mom, then what do you want?
Some people hate them.
Everybody get in the car. Go, go, go.
We've all got to do them. Good thing Wawa's up and ready for you every morning. With fresh coffee, hot sizzlies, and fast, friendly service to keep your morning moving right along. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. We all want to trust the people that service our cars, and that's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. Whether it's a fast oil change or a needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices. They shop the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule an appointment at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Most of us don't fit in the clothes we wore 30 years ago. And financial advice from 30 years ago doesn't fit either. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Why settle for any meal deal when you can have one you really want? Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any sizzling breakfast sandwich, any size and flavor hot or iced coffee, plus a hash brown, all for just $5. Now featuring our new French Toast Sizzling. It's the $5 Big Breakfast Deal, and Wawa made it big just for you. Big taste, big value. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
What's that, Whoopi Goldberg? What did you want to say?
You know, that has to be one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen.
I guess you walked into Joy Behar's dressing room. It is the Dom Giordano show. Mike Opelka in for Dom. He's under the weather. No, that is The View. Joy, the ironically named Joy Behar, not on The View today. And they were talking about the White House meeting with Zelensky and Trump. And Whoopi saying, it's one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. You're doing theater with him because you're trying to show that you're the hard guy. And I don't think anybody wanted you to be the hard guy. Oh, I'm not even going there, Whoopi. Thanks for sharing that. The ladies on The View, they really don't fully understand, do they? Because if they did, they might take pause in being critical. And I say that because the British ambassador to the United States, the British ambassador to these United States went on ABC TV and called for Zelensky to give his unequivocal backing to the peace initiative being pushed by Donald Trump. Don't believe me?
We need a very radical reset, as you say in the caption behind you. And the reset has to consist of the United States and Ukraine getting back on the same page, and President Zelensky giving his unequivocal backing to the initiative that President Trump is taking to...
Wait. You're the British people. You're the ones who told Zelensky after he got booted from the White House, hey, come over to London. Well, we'll give you some more money. Well, they loaned it to him. He just called for the unequivocal backing of Donald Trump's initiative for peace. That happened. There's more.
End the war and to bring a just and lasting peace to Ukraine. And the Europeans, George, too, they need to back the calls for a ceasefire. And by the way, I think that Ukraine should be the first to commit to a ceasefire and defy the Russians to follow. And then as part of the unfolding plan for this negotiation, the Europeans and perhaps some other countries too have got to consider how they are going to put forces on the ground to play their part in providing enduring security and deterrence for Ukraine. Now, that's the reset that we're looking for. That's what the British Prime Minister is working for in his meeting in London today.
So the left isn't sharing this information with you. All they're doing is showing Zelensky coming out of a meeting with the Prime Minister, and they're hugging and taking pictures and saying that the Brits have loaned them another $2 billion. And aren't the Americans evil? Here's the British ambassador to the United States saying exactly what Donald Trump was saying, that Zelensky needs to get on board. He needs to make this happen. Just amazing that this does not get covered. And it was on ABC yesterday. ABC had this yesterday. And it gets buried because it doesn't follow the orange man bad narrative. This is so amazing to me. And what are they mad at? That President Trump is, well, he's direct. He's honest. He speaks his mind. Friday, not yesterday. It feels like it was yesterday. The president was asked by a reporter, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire? And it was almost the dumbest question of the day. And I thought President Trump handled it appropriately.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it?
Just amazing. This proves the old axiom. Hypothetical questions only get hypothetical answers. And that really is the reality. I need that on a drop somewhere on the button board.
What if a bomb drops on your head right now?
Yeah, what if a bomb drops on your head right now? It says Acme Bomb Company. So frustrating, these people. There is a story we got to talk about. There is a story that needs to be discussed, and it relates to a bit of news I got out of the White House before 4 o'clock this morning. That Donald Trump's threats of putting tariffs on auto manufacturers in Mexico, well, it's having the desired effect. And it is exactly what we've been saying. And if you were here when Guy Shiraki was here earlier, you know what I'm talking about. The reality is these are negotiating tools. Donald Trump isn't trying to raise the cost of a car for you. He's trying to make America the manufacturing capital of the world again, trying to bring the automotive industry back to America. I'll explain, and our friend Lauren Fix, the car coach, is going to join us as well. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Trust PJ.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is 2 o'clock, Philadelphia. And you too, Delaware. And you also, Jersey. It is the Dom Giordano Show. Mike Opelka in for Dom. He's in sick bay today. I expect him to be returning tomorrow. It's just a quick thing, I'm sure. And one of the stories I'm excited about sharing with you this hour was one that I received early this morning after I was getting ready to do my little show. I got a note from the White House telling me that the president is making huge inroads. Again, actually it was 3:29 this morning. I got a note from my buddy at the White House, an economic advisor, that said, hey, the tariff thing is real. And there is now a report on Reuters, and the tariff negotiation is very real. Reuters reporting that the Honda Motor Company, they're kind of a big deal. They're going to produce the next Civic in the state of Indiana, not Mexico. And the reason it's happening is due to the tariffs. This is a big stinking deal. The move is 100% about avoiding tariffs on goods from Mexico and Canada. And a lot of automakers have been kind of freaking out about this, saying, hey, this could really add to the price of the car. And I was very happy to see this, because I've been telling people for the longest time, don't react to the first bit of news on any topic. Do not react to the first thing. Wait and see how the whole thing unfolds. It's like Friday with Zelensky. That was not about a one-off. It's about the process. And until Donald Trump says we're over and done and washes his hands of Ukraine, then it's over and done. But that's not the case. The case is it's a process. So to all your friends who are saying, we want to light our hair on fire, don't. Just be patient. Zelensky is already saying we want peace again. Now, he's saying exactly what President Trump said. So these kinds of tactics are used as negotiating tools. Let's get back to Honda. The White House was all too happy to tell us of this story. That what's going on is all about bringing back manufacturing to America. I have a good friend who is knee-deep in the automotive world. If you follow me anywhere, I talk to Lauren Fix, the car coach, all the time. I haven't talked to her in about a week because I was on the road. But Lauren is joining us from the free state of Florida today. Lauren Fix, welcome, my friend.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the news. It seems like there's no downtime this year.
No, there won't be. There won't be for that. I guarantee you, President Trump knows he's got 2 years to get stuff done. And the midterms, he has to show considerable progress ahead of the midterms. And on this issue of cars, I know you're looking at all different angles on the automotive world. But this deal with Honda, they sold like 1.2 million cars in the United States last year. This is a big deal to make the new Civic in Indiana, right?
Absolutely. But you got to remember, if you look at all the cars being built in the entire country, the number one U.S. manufactured car is Tesla, which everyone's trying to trash. But also at the same time, what is going on is that Toyota builds quite a few U.S. built cars. And people don't think about that. And so when you're thinking, who else does? Honda. Both Honda and Toyota build a ton of cars here in the U.S., much like it should be done. But I think one of the biggest things to understand is what all this is about, the tariffs. And people are freaking out. In my industry, I was just at an event in Miami called Moda Miami, and now I'm on my way to Amelia Island for this other big car show. And there's a lot of industry mixed in with enthusiasts. You get a chance to talk to these people on a more casual basis. And it seems as though a lot of media don't understand. They hear 25% and they start freaking out. Cars are going to get expensive by 25%. They're not going to get more expensive by 25%. What happens is components go back and forth across the border. A component could be partly here in the U.S., then shipped across to Mexico or Canada, put together as part of another sub-assembly, then maybe shipped back across to the U.S. or remain there to be finished in a car, then shipped back across. So in order to avoid the extra tariff, which would be on a component or a set of components, rarely the first assembled car, and it won't increase the price of the car by 25%. So that's all hype by the mainstream media. What is this really all about? I think is more important. This is really all about President Trump wanting to renegotiate USMCA, which is United States, Mexico, and Canada. And how would he do that? Well, it actually expires July 1st of 2026. And a lot of people aren't aware of that. So that original negotiation that he made was meant to be renegotiated. And so President Trump's trying to bring it to the table, the bargaining table, sooner than that in order to make it a better deal for us. So you make it painful, just like they do for us. They make Canada and Mexico both make a lot of money on tariffs. And there's also a tariff in place that's going to be starting April 2nd that will be against the EU, trying to get more production back to the U.S. But also this negotiating with Canada and Mexico is really important because of this constant movement of components and parts. It will also eliminate China from coming in here and lowballing the prices on cars, which you may think sounds good from a consumer standpoint, but it will hurt our economy for a lot of reasons, not just jobs, but of course production. It's going to make the money go back to China, which we're not trying to help them. We want the money to stay here to help us. And that's really what this is all about.
Well, on the campaign trail, President Trump talked endlessly about a plant in Mexico that was being built by China that was going to be dumping electric vehicles here in America until the president, well, the candidate then, was saying we're going to tariff those cars up to 100%. And that factory got pulled. They're not making that factory there anymore, so those cars won't be coming here because China can't sell cars in America. Mexico can. So
that is correct, yes. So they thought they could build them in Mexico and bring them across the border. Those factories do have the land that is owned by China. Apparently the foundations are there, but it's now been stopped because they're hoping that they can somehow convince President Trump or whoever comes in after him to let them do that. And if you think, well, what does that mean? They'll bring hundreds of thousands of millions of cars across the border that are low quality, that are cheap. And remember, every car sold by China is subsidized by the Chinese government. That would be the same as if every Ford that sold the U.S. government, your tax dollars would be given to Ford to help lower the price of the cars. So why should I pay for someone else when I still have my 2016 vehicle?
Lauren, let's talk about I want to talk about those subsidies because for years and years and years, we, the United States government, we, the taxpayers, have been subsidizing electric car purchases. I know I got a $7,500 tax break and a $3,500 rebate from the state of Delaware when I foolishly bought an electric vehicle. Are those electric vehicles are now a reality? If you want one, buy one, as Trump says. But isn't it time for those to end? And how long are they scheduled to continue?
Well, that's supposed to end quickly. Lee Zeldin, on like almost day one, submitted what's called a CRA. And this is really important to know. It's a Congressional Review Act to remove the electric vehicle mandate, because it comes from California, from the California Air Resources Board, known as CARB. So that through the EPA, and there's a lot of tentacles that go into other departments, and all those departments are trying to undo it as well. So there's also stuff that's in the Transportation Department, and they did it intentionally. They made it very difficult to undo this electric vehicle mandate. But we really need, and we're very close to it, and I'll keep you posted, the CRA, which is, again, the Congressional Review, the mandate here, which is, let me get all these done. Congressional Review Act states this, that if it's passed, the EPA and the federal government cannot reattempt to approve this rule. The process allows the vote to come to the floor in an expedited fashion, which should be very soon, forcing all members to go on the record with their votes so that we, the voters, can see it. And if Congress votes to undo the rule for electric vehicles, the agency cannot propose a similar regulation ever. If they want to, they have to override it with another CRA. And so that means we'll get to see who's doing what. So this is what Lee Zeldin did on February 15th. And this should be coming, I would say, I'm surprised it's not on the floor yet. I keep monitoring it. But as soon as that CRA goes through, this is going to be big. And it's time for those people in Congress to vote and let us see who you're voting for. We're supporting it so we know where we need to put our vote. And I think it's really, really important.
I hope that happens. I do think...
Oh, it'll happen, and it's when. It's when.
Yeah, the electric vehicle mandate needs to go away, and it is states like California that are the last ones hanging on to it. And didn't they also try and legislate out of existence in California, but it affects other states like Pennsylvania, where we're broadcasting today? Didn't they try and legislate diesel out of existence, diesel trucks?
They did. It's a foolish move, and there's been a lot of repeal going on with that. A lot of it's behind the scenes that we don't see it, so I try to keep up on top of that. Yes, there are 17 states that follow California, but just so you know, if California makes a regulation and the car manufacturers are told, which I think they're in bed, the car manufacturers are in bed with the government anyhow, because they're going to do whatever they want. They're not going to push back, even though they have billions of dollars in lobbying money. What they're doing is they're following suit. You want to do electric cars? We'll do electric cars. We take a loss? Oh, don't worry, we'll subsidize you. We can't keep doing this because it's a death spiral. And unfortunately, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, and many other states follow along with whatever California says. And car makers will only make one car for North America. They're not going to make one for Canada, one for Mexico, one for California. It's one for all of North America, typically. Sometimes they may change the name in Mexico and Canada, but it's the same vehicle. Another person who should get some credit is Senator Bernie Moreno. He's an Ohio Republican who took over. He's new for this year. There's Sherrod Brown. He replaced him. For decades, he has tons of years of car dealership experience. He also put in a bill that literally just got put in on Friday, the Transportation Freedom Act, which allows you to make the choices in the vehicles you want, and also helps American auto workers, again, making cars more affordable, eliminating government mandates, and it's going to lower vehicle prices, and it's going to help not just manufacturers, but also you, the consumer, as well as dealers. So it's a rising tides thing. And there's congressional support from it across the lineup. So we're going to see lowering the corporate average fuel economy, allowing you to pick what you want. And this is really big. There's a lot more to it. I just posted it on my news story, and Bernie Moreno reposted it, which I'm very glad to hear. There's a lot of things that need to be repealed, like you and I have talked about the kill switch with Thomas Massey and a bunch of others. There's a lot of things and a lot of tentacles that they put in place to try and hurt the auto industry, which to me makes no sense. Because if the industry suffers, what ends up happening? Something's got to fill the void. And we know what that void could have been. It could have been Chinese cars, and that would have been really bad.
Her name is Lauren Fick. She is the car coach. She has one of the coolest jobs in the world. She gets to bounce around and see all the cool cars like she's going to see at Amelia Island this week at that big. Is that officially a concours show, Lauren?
Yes, it is. I am a judge at the Concours d'Elegance there, yes. So is actually many of our family are judges there, and my husband is showing our car. But yeah, it's quite fabulous. If you've ever heard of Pebble Beach, which is like the big show, this is the Pebble Beach of the East. This is the biggest show. I'll be covering not just the car show itself, but also be covering the auctions. There's some good cars crossing. I'll be drooling, wishing I could afford many of them. I have $35 million to spend. But it's always fun to go to these and watch people just bid up the price of these cars. It's quite a fabulous event.
Crazy question, Lauren. Are cars still an investment? Because I know years ago, the muscle cars from the 60s and the early 70s suddenly became a hot item, and they're now commanding ridiculous prices. Are there still cars like that out there you could buy, and then in the future you should be able to sell them for ridiculous money?
I think it depends on what you're buying. I mean, if you buy something you love, whatever it may be, I've always lusted after a 65 Shelby or a 67 Camaro. If that's the car you want, buy it because you love it. And if it doesn't go up in value, you're still ahead of the game. If you're the other way around, you're like, oh, no, I have to buy it because I think it's going to go up in value. You have to be very critical in the cars that you choose. Some cars are at the top of the market. Some cars are escalating up, so you don't want to buy on the upswing. You want to get it on the downswing. So there are cars, whether they be some Porsches or some Ferraris, or maybe you're looking at a 66 Shelby, that might be a better, more reasonably priced vehicle than a 65. There was just a record sale for a 65 Shelby at $990,000 at the Mecum auctions in Kissimmee. Yeah, that's record. Before that, it was like $600,000. So there was a huge jump. Someone wanted the car. There's very little supply. So it has to be short production, it has to have provenance, it has to have significance in the auto industry, whether it be collectible in one way or the other, and it has to have a demand. So you could say, oh, AMC Pacers, sure, they didn't make a lot of them, or they made too many of them, or it's some special version of it. The demand isn't there because Pacers just didn't have that demand, or certain cars like certain Corvettes or certainly Ferraris have limited production. The older ones will always have value. The key is buying them at the right price.
What about my PT Cruiser? Is it ever going to be worth anything more than...
No. Sorry.
Damn.
PT Cruisers are just stones, essentially. They're at the bottom of the barrel. They'll never go up in value. Along with a Pontiac Aztek. I know there's a huge collector group of Pontiac Aztek people and PT Cruisers, and there's a guy I know in Buffalo who collects Pintos. There's people I know that collect Mustang 2s. That's a very limited selection of people that love cars that will never go up in value.
Well, maybe we could sell the PT Cruisers to funeral directors who cater to little people, because they always look like a hearse for little people. I've always looked at them and said that I know that's politically correct, but they always look like a hearse for little people. It's just my take on it. I'm sorry.
I'm not even going there.
I know it. Well, thank you for not. We're all trying to keep our heads above water here. Her name is Lauren Fix. Find her online. She's great on Twitter X, also on Instagram and Facebook. And the YouTube channel you want people to go to is?
Okay, the news is at Car Coach Reports. All my car reviews live at Car Smarts. Both are on YouTube. If you prefer Rumble, I'm there as well. Or you can go to my website. Everything is there in English and Spanish. Car Coach Reports.
Bueno. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There she goes. Henry, are we doing Dom's Money Melody today?
That we are, Mike.
Because don't we have tickets to something incredible?
Yeah, we do. You want to intro that real quick, and we'll get right to that?
Yes, we have a pair of tickets to the Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra show on Saturday, April 5th at the Keswick Theater in Glendale, PA. And if you want to know more, you can go to joeconklin.com, or as they say, joeconklin.com.
Yeah, so now that I got our theme music there going, today's prize is exactly what you said, a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, April 5th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. For more tickets, go to joeconklin.com, just like you just said. All right, so this song today, I'm going to play you a cover song, of course, because that's how we do it on the Money Melody, of a band whose frontman celebrated their birthday this past weekend. Easy enough? All right, I just want the name of the band singing this song.
just got paid today. Those wild-eyed boys that have been away haven't changed, haven't much to say. But man, I still think those cats are crazy. They will ask if you were around, how you were when you could be found. I told them you were living downtown, driving the old men crazy. The boys are back in town.
So are we looking for the original?
No, we want the
band
person
name?
who's singing this song, this
Okay.
particular iteration of this song, who is
Okay, 'cause-
covering "The Boys Are Back in Town."
I think if you don't know that, you
Yeah.
need to have your hearing tested.
I kept it pretty simple today, you know.
No kidding.
But yeah,
Jesus.
if you know this, please call us 855-839-1210 to get in on that prize.
God, it's embarrassing. All right, it's Opelka for Dom on the Dom Show. Hot Talk Radio.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
What are we going to China for in the first place? Every time somebody goes to China, disaster happens and brings something back. I'm going to be like Greg Stocker here. Stop going to these disgusting other countries. Can't you just stay in Montgomery County? What was wrong with staying in Bluebell? Is there anything wrong with Bluebell besides 202 and the taxes and the Ukraine flags in people's yards?
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768. Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The first measles case in Pennsylvania this year, health officials confirm it's an unvaccinated child in Montgomery County. The SS United States has done its journey down south and arriving in Mobile, Alabama. And Nora is the biggest winner at the Oscars, securing 5 awards, including Best Picture.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Yeah, welcome back. It's Dom's Money Melody. If you can name this tune and who's singing it, you will be today's winner. Let's take a listen.
The boys are back in town. Boys are back in town.
All right, first up here is Tim and Delco. Tim, who's singing this song?
Timmy. Tim and Delco. Oh, no. Tim, did something horrible happen? Are
There
you
we
with
go.
us, Tim?
Tim,
Yep.
what's the who's singing?
That's Thin Lizzy.
That's incorrect. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sad. That was the original, was Thin Lizzy.
That is the original who sings this. That is the original. We're looking for who's covering this today.
Yes.
Jack and Audubon, you're up next. Who's singing this song, Jack?
Yeah, I heard the first two notes and the band Kiss came to mind.
No,
Sorry, no, not
too
Kiss either.
I
Wow.
can't believe this.
Yeah, right? I thought this would be a layup. I guess not. All right, Kathy in Montgomeryville, do you have the answer
Please,
today?
Kathy. Please, Kathy.
I'm going to say Bon Jovi.
Yes, yes. There we go.
Woo!
All
Thank you.
right.
Thank God for you, Kathy. Kiss? Are you kidding me? I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
not laughing at the gentleman. Okay, I am.
A little bit.
Kathy, you scored a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Saturday, April 5th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. I'm very happy for you, Kathy.
She's on hold. I'll take her information. now.
Okay. So if you want to see it, you can go to joeconklin.com. It's Joe. I forgot the wah. Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah, that's exciting. That's very exciting. It's Bon Jovi. How do you not hear those mellifluous tones?
You know,
And-
that tends to happen sometimes. Like, oh, this is a layup, and, you know, people are missing the bunnies.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. But there it is. The funniest thing just happened. I just had breaking news across the wire. A very funny idea. Tim Walz. Remember Tim Walz, Henry?
Yeah, didn't he run for vice president or something?
And his nickname was?
Can I say this? Tampon Tim?
Yes. I encourage you to say it
Okay.
often.
All right.
He's thinking about running for president.
Of course.
I can't. He's thinking about running for president. I'm sorry.
Is that a real headline? I hate headlines like that.
I'm sorry. Somebody, we need to have a wellness check on Tim Walz. There, Tim. I can't. I'm losing it. Tim Walz thinks he can. Tim Walz thinks he can run for president. This is the funniest thing ever. This is the funniest thing ever.
Well, this is the litmus test, right? That's why you announce that you're thinking about it, to see what public reaction would be. See if people would be like,
Stephen A. Smith has a better chance to get the Democrat nomination than Tim Walz.
but you have to at least announce that you're thinking about it so people can tell you, yo, bro, you're no better than Stephen A. on this one.
Stephen A. Smith
We'd
would
rather
be a
have-
better candidate.
We'd rather have the top guy at ESPN than a registered Democrat.
I just think this is unbelievable. Stephen A. Smith is a better candidate than the guy the Democrats put up to be vice president. This is unbelievable. It just shows you the state of the Democrat Party. And speaking of state of the Democrat Party, the guy who used to be the host of Meet the Press, remember Chuck Todd? Chuck Todd is now basically trashing Biden. Chuck Todd is out there tinkling on Biden's cornflakes, to put it nicely. I'm sure that expression never gets used on the Dom Giordano show. But Chuck Todd is trashing Joe Biden. This is unbelievable. And yet here we are. The Democrat Party is starting to feast on itself. This is a good sign, but we need to do better things. I support what Guy Shiraki said about 2 hours ago, and that is just because you won doesn't mean you coast now. This is when the work begins. This is when you actually start doing harder work. You have to put in more time and be more productive and be more successful. And that's what's going on right now, hopefully. Tomorrow, we will be preparing you for the big address. It is a presidential address of the joint session of Congress. It is not a State of the Union address. It's probably going to feel like one. but it is not a State of the Union address. I do want to talk a little bit more about Zelensky and what happened in the White House, because it appears like the White House is playing this correctly. It appears like Donald Trump is playing this correctly. And I offer, as support of this, Senator Marco Rubio and what he said. He did a 20-minute interview on Friday night with Caitlin Collins, and it's actually 20 minutes of really good Secretary of State stuff. But he also showed up Sunday on the Sunday talk show with George Snuffleupagus and said this.
And the sooner everyone grows up around here and figures out that this is a bad war that's heading in a bad direction with death and destruction and all kinds of dangers surrounding it that could spiral into a broader conflict, the sooner people grow up and realize that, I think the more progress we're going to be able to make. But the president's crystal clear. He campaigned on it, and he's going to govern on it. And that is, he is going to be a president that tries to achieve peace, and he has been very clear this is a war that would have never happened had Donald Trump been in the White House, and it needs to end, and we're going to do everything we can to end it in an enduring and sustainable and fair way.
Boom. 32 seconds. I don't know why he needed 20 minutes with Caitlin Collins. I think she was trying to shut him down, but that didn't happen. That was really well done, Marco Rubio. I'm very pleased with the Secretary of State choice by this president. I do have a few more things I want to get to. One of them relates to Doge, and how a senator, former governor of Nebraska, is pointing out some of the insane facts being found by Doge. And I do hope this is the kind of thing. Tomorrow night, I would like President Trump to stand up and read off a list of really hard information that he has discovered, that Elon Musk has turned in, and show us actually how much money we're going to save. How much money is going to be saved by the American people? That would be at the top. And then, of course, the Epstein list. Is there something you would like President Trump to reveal tomorrow? Let's get that list working. 855-839-1210 is the number. 855-839-1210. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of zero down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. Or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin
show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. He brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater, Easton Road in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The cold air mass remains in place as we start off the work week. Plenty of sunshine today, less windy, still a high temperature well below average near 40. For tonight, becoming partly cloudy, low of around 30. And for Tuesday, more clouds and milder with a high back above average at 54.
Get special 0% financing for up to 72 months on the new 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan or ID4 electric SUV. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Langhorne or Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore at its new location, 205 East Lancaster Avenue.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is 2:35 on a Monday, the 3rd of March. I can't believe it's 2:35 already. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano. Dom is in sickbay today. I anticipate he will recover quickly and be back tomorrow. But get well, buddy, and get ready for golf season. Why are you laughing at that, Henry?
I just think it's funny. I mean, I do see him playing golf now. I saw the Cognizant Classic was this weekend. But, man, it's still too early for me. It's college basketball season right now.
Yeah, you know what? It's golf season every year, every month, every day.
Well, are you watching that the indoor league they have?
Indoor golf sucks.
It looks.
sorry.
It's so boring to watch.
I will go to the simulator to work on my game, just to work on my swing, but you can't compete. There's nothing like being outdoors. I'm sorry, it's fake, it's phony, it's a fraud. But the Cognizant Classic, I was rooting for Jay Berger, American Jay Berger, who was in contention on Saturday and then kind of fell off the beam on Sunday. He's a good young man, and his father is my nephew's coach. So I'm loyal to the team.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm loyal to the team. So many things I want to talk about in the last 25 minutes here, and we were talking about everything from the Trump 3D chess that he's playing against Zelensky and the left. But I want to talk to you guys on the phones and about what you want Donald Trump to say tomorrow as he addresses joint session of Congress. Let's go to Robert in Bensalem. Hello, Robert.
Hey, Mike. It's good to talk to you again, man. I hope everything is going well. I'm walking around. I'm in such a good mood. I mean, at first I felt old because my oldest is turning 39 today, and it's not how old you are, but how old your kids are to make you feel old. Am I right?
Wow, that's it. Your oldest is 39?
Yeah, he just turned 39 today. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, boy. But I'm in a very good mood. I'm walking around singing Trump's theme song to myself. You know what I mean? You know what that is, right?
Not YMCA.
No. I mean, since he took office, it's all I do is win, 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 no matter what. And I think the people, and I told my kids this, just watch what happens, because we're watching something revolutionary. I mean, he tells Europe they need to pick up their defensive spending, and the left gets apoplectic. Oh, he's attacking NATO. He's attacking our allies. Well, now Europe is getting up to 2.5% of their GDP for spending. He's trying something new here, and okay, if Ukraine cannot win, as in pushing the Russians out of Ukraine, without European or American boots on the ground, and that's not going to happen. So your choices is to pay for this unending stalemate, and Ukraine can't even rebuild, or try a new path. And that's what Trump is doing. And if he can find a way to let Ukraine keep what's left of their country, all three parties have some kind of interest in maintaining that. Us having a vested interest in Ukraine would forestall any plans Putin might have if he wanted to take Ukraine. Plus, the Europeans' increased defensive spending will give them something to say if he does act out again. And I'm looking at all this and I'm thinking, this has never been done before. Nobody has ever stopped an ongoing war with anything other than more war or a concession. And if he does this and things turn out positive, I got to tell you, man, after everything he's done so far, I'm thinking Mount Rushmore, Mike. I don't know if I'm being over the line here or anything like this, but it's amazing what this guy can do just by sticking to his guns and doing what he knows. And I support him 100%. He's going to make mistakes sometimes. I'm fine with that. But the upshot is, at the end of the day, he's going to go down as one of the greatest presidents we ever had. And I don't think that's hyperbole. Am I wrong on that?
No, I think you've got there is a really good chance that Donald Trump will be, if these moves with Ukraine and Russia are successful, and if the cleansing that is attempted being done by Doge is successful, then I think President Trump is on his way to being the transformative president that we all want. Now, the left looked at a Barack Obama who said he was going to fundamentally transform the United States of America in 5 years. And
that was pretty good. That was pretty good, Mike.
Thank you. But it didn't happen, thank God. They tried. They made some inroads. But I think if Donald Trump can get us back to the republic that we initially set up and end the wars around the world, this is great. And that will make for a true presidential legend. But, it's going to take time is the problem, Robert.
That's true.
The world has to catch up, and we have to see the tangible changes. That's why I think Donald Trump is moving so quickly, because he's trying to get everything done before the midterms, number one. But we'll see.
Well, it's going to wind up with the media getting more egg on their face. They're coming out of him reflexively, and they're going to be shown to be wrong again. And I hope their market share goes below 30%. It's what they deserve.
There's a problem. We can't afford eggs, so we're going to have to have something else on their face. Robert.
Hey, I just got some for $4.49 at Wawa. $4.49 for a dozen at Wawa. Yeah, you guys have
pretty good price.
He's importing millions of chickens. This guy does. He gets it done. I want to stop there. You guys have a great day, man. I thank you,
Robert.
Time.
Appreciate you. Let's go to John in Glenmore. Hello, John. You have an idea for what the president should say tomorrow?
Yes. I think it's of interest to everybody, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and that's the repeal of daylight savings time.
So you're saying
an executive?
He would have to do an executive order, I guess, to kill daylight saving time, because what are we, about a week away, 10 days away?
Well, yeah, whatever the one is where we get more sun. That's what we all want, right? Get that vitamin D.
The vitamin D executive order. Maybe that's what it is. That's how he couches it. Thank you, John. That's a good idea. Henry, do you know which one it is gets us more sun?
What do you mean? Like which?
Daylight saving or just regular time?
It's regular time.
Because we're going to have to spring forward.
Daylight savings time is when we get the most sunlight.
Yeah, so So do we spring forward and then stop moving the clock? Is that what we do?
Spring forward, fall back, right? That's how it works?
Yeah.
That's
it. But a lot of people are saying, quit screwing with the clocks.
So my argument against this is, yes, we'd stop having, these long winter nights, right? Everyone, gets all mopey about them. But if we also did that, we, eliminated this, we also wouldn't have long summer nights. And that's where I'm willing to trade off these long winter nights for long summer nights. You know what I'm saying? Like the
So you
sun,
just say leave it alone.
leave it alone.
Keep,
Leave it alone.
Keep messing with the clocks.
I don't want a sun in the middle of July. I don't want the sun setting at like 7 o'clock. I want it, like 8. Like it usually is. Like you get that last bit of sunshine in.
Well, if you move to like Seattle, it sets at 10 o'clock in the summer.
Well, that's Seattle's problem. If we go to Ireland, the sun basically never sets.
No, you go to Iceland. We go.
Oh yeah, just keep going north.
Well, we'll see. Maybe that's an interesting thing. Maybe the president makes a statement about the time changes. Let's go to Big Al in Mullica Hill. Hello, Big Al. How are you?
Okay, Michael, doing great. Hey, my son-in-law is a educator up in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and he contacted me a few weeks ago, and he said, what should I tell these people? They're all worried about their Social Security and all this other kind of stuff that Trump's going to cut. I said, I hope he says and clarifies that he's not going to touch Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. The only thing he's looking into is the fraud of the people that are 150 years old that are still collecting.
Yeah, you're right. And that is the case because the media keeps pumping this idea. Oh, he's going to cut Medicare. He's going to cut Medicaid. He's going to cut Social Security. No, he's going to cut the fraud. And that is true.
And one other thing, Mike. One other thing, Mike, is, this is how stupid Zelensky is. Trump is going to supply security without saying it to challenge Putin. What he's going to do is if he signs that agreement about the minerals, we will have Americans over there working the land, and Putin's not going to bomb those areas that the Americans are there because then he knows there would be trouble.
Thank you for understanding what the mainstream media can't get. If Americans are working to retrieve these rare earths and these precious minerals, Putin will definitely not want to kill Americans because that would be an act of war that would trigger the NATO Article 5 and the other nations. Everybody would rain down hell on Russia. So it is 3D chess. But thanks for understanding it. Really important. I got to play a clip before I take a break here. I talked about Doge and how Doge is making progress. I hope the president brings up what Doge is doing and gets very specific. And in terms of being specific, I hope he quotes things like Senator Pete Ricketts of Nebraska, who used to be the governor, but he was on with Maria Bartiromo the other day and said this.
This is something I did as governor of Nebraska. We had to go in and ask some basic questions, and we found a lot of stuff. But compared to what Elon's finding, it's really stunning. So, for example, in our meeting, he was describing we had one government agency that had 13,000 employees, yet 37,000 software licenses. Many of the licenses have never even been used or opened. It's just that kind of waste and inefficiency. We've got a couple million people who work in the federal government. We've got 4.6 million credit cards out there. That just leads for opportunities for fraud. He was saying that there were 22 million people in our Social Security system that are clearly dead. And, just the kind of things like that just open it up to fraud or just multiple, again, subscriptions to things that aren't being used. He's really going right now after the low-hanging fruit to be able to kind of clean up the government. It's very common sense. He's like,
I wish there was. I know there's a Doge scoreboard. You can go to doge.gov and you can see some vague stuff. But I would like to see hard numbers that the president could say, okay, here's what we did. And when we cut people, when we fired people, we didn't fire air traffic controllers. We didn't fire people that are monitoring NOAA. We didn't fire people that they're critical to protecting us from Ebola outbreaks. Okay, maybe they fired a couple, but they hired them back. But focus on the fraud. Focus on the waste. Focus on the abuse and show us a hard number. I got to take a break. When we come back, we'll put a bow on the show. I don't know if Zioli's connected. Maybe we'll check in with Rich, see what's coming up on his show. And I have to ask, did you know we went to the moon, Henry, this past weekend?
We did?
Yeah.
No clue.
Yeah.
Hadn't even heard.
We landed on the moon this weekend.
Like humans?
We.
Okay.
I'll explain. I need a little more time than this. It is 2:48, the Dom Giordano Show. Mike Opelka in for Dom on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth. Find healing and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning, now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you. Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is 2:52 on a Monday, the 3rd of March. Dom Giordano in sickbay today. I expect he'll be back tomorrow. It's Mike Opelka. Thanks for having me here today. I always love being here. This station is my home, and I did so much work here on the weekends and fill-in work. It's always a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me. I mentioned before we went to break that we landed on the moon this weekend. Henry, did you see the link I sent you?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
So we sent a private spacecraft to the moon, the Blue Ghost.
Yeah.
Blue Ghost from Firefly Space People. And this is amazing. It's a little lunar lander, and it's been sending back images. And they don't call it the dark side of the moon anymore. They call it the far side.
That's lame.
It's very lame. It's the dark side of the
It's like,
moon. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, it's over there. It's too far.
Yeah, it
sounds like the
dark
remote.
side.
Yeah, you're sitting on the couch and the remote's across the room. That's when you use that kind of
That's
terminology.
the far side of the room.
Yeah.
But they have this small lift vehicle, and it's going to do soil samples and go deep into the moon's surface. But it's a really cool little thing, and they've been posting on Twitter X as well. And I had no idea. Absolutely no. The pictures of Earth are stunning. If you haven't seen it, Firefly Aerospace, fireflyspace.com is their main page, and you can see they're on the damn moon. We're on the moon again. So this is amazing to me, and I just wonder how much money you have to land on the moon.
So you're saying they're not faking this one? This isn't fake?
None of them have been.
This isn't
fake.
a soundstage. This isn't
No,
Christopher Nolan's
it's
work.
not Iceland. No, we don't have O.J. Simpson starring in a fake. What was it? Capricorn 1?
Oh, I have no idea what you're referencing now.
There was a movie called Capricorn 1 that showed how the moon landing was faked.
Oh, I'll have to add that to my list.
Yeah, it stars the murderer O.J. Simpson.
Famed murderer.
Famed. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing about the fact that O.J. was
2,000-yard rusher.
He used to run through airports in Hertz commercials. But yes, Ghost Riders in the Sky. They have merch. They have everything. They have enough money that they built their own spacecraft and sent to the moon. It's really amazing. That's why this is the greatest country on the planet. Somebody had a plan, a dream to go to the moon privately, and they did it. And Mars, you're next. Elon has already said that.
Ooh.
All right, I'm getting out of the way. Zioli is in the wings. I'll be back whenever somebody needs me, and if I have time. Till then, it's Mike Opelka saying thank you, Henry, and reminding you, testudo, my friends, testudo.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless,